Okay, welcome to day 2 of the Progress Summit. How are y'all feeling? Tired? Oh yeah? Really? How are you all feeling? Okay, that makes me feel better too. Okay, who learned something yesterday? Raise your hands. Love that for us. Great. Who had an idea, challenge, or change? Raise your hands. Really? Not more hands than that? Well, it's happening today. Okay. All right. Who's coming in today's session revved up to collaborate and plan for today? I love that. Okay. All right. Let's get it going then. We have another amazing lineup of speakers and sessions planned for today. And our next speaker might not need an introduction in a room like this, but I'm going to give one to her anyway. Olivia Chow leads the Institute for Change Leaders Educational Initiatives and has helped train thousands of activists in organizing. Olivia has 2 certificates from the Harvard Kennedy School's executive education programs and 9 years of teaching experience. Olivia Chow has also been one of Canada's most effective and well-known public figures. She served 2 terms as school trustee, 4 terms as Toronto City Councillor, and 8 years as Member of Parliament. Folks, help me welcome Olivia.
Good morning. Once upon a time, in the beginning, there was a bully who lives in the Pink Palace. One day he said to himself, "There's a bunch of uppity women that want a salary increase. How dare they? They're nobody. They're not even teachers. They take care of kids. Yeah. You know who need a salary increase? My buddies at the Conservative Caucus. They work hard and they need a raise." Okay. I'll teach these nobodies. They're weakest. They're weak. I'll teach them a lesson. I'll use them as an example to all the workers in Ontario that who's the boss. I'm going to prove that I am for the people. I'll get this done. I will take away their right to bargain. I'll just force them to take the contract and their right to strike. No big deal. I can do this without even breaking a sweat. I'll get it done. Well, Mr. Ford was so wrong. Yeah. And when faced with the bully, did the education workers back down? You can do better than that. Okay, well, okay, yeah. When their bully took away their voice, or trying to, and the right to bargain, did the education workers back down? Okay, that's better. Do you think Ford buddies work harder than your kids' child care workers? No. Seriously? How is it that workers and educators who teach and care for our kids sometimes don't even have enough money to have kids or take care of their kids? That's absurd, it's shameful, it's unfair, it's unjust. Now, at the Toronto Ferry Dock, there's a sculpture of a tandem bicycle with Jack Layton sitting at the back. Have some of you seen it? Yeah, you've seen it. Inscribed behind it, around it, is the word "stronger together." The unions across Canada came to honor Jack's spirit and his core belief that we are stronger together. And united, we will never be defeated. That is what that spirit means. An injury to one is an injury to all. When the education workers stood up against the bully, the unions across the country stood up for them. That's how we win. Yeah, that is how we do it. So for their courage, their determination, and the dedication to our children, and for their incredible reminder that we are stronger together. And when we are united, we will never be defeated. It's an honor for me to present the 2023 Jack Layton Award to the education workers of Ontario. Woo-hoo!
Hi everyone, I'm Laura Walton, an educational assistant and the president of CUPE's Ontario School Board Council of Unions. I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you today in Ottawa. I'm out west sharing some of the lessons that we learned here last fall with workers in Saskatchewan and Alberta. On behalf of the 55,000 frontline education workers across Ontario, I am so pleased to accept the 2023 Jack Layton Progress Prize. Last fall, the lowest paid education workers compelled the Conservative government of Canada's richest province to repeal its own rights-trampling anti-worker legislation in record time. EAs, custodians, early childhood educators, secretaries, and so many more, the often overlooked people who make our schools run, did this so we could reach our first freely negotiated collective agreement in a decade. And in doing so, we secured a $1 per hour increase each year for 4 years while fighting back concessions. This didn't happen magically because somebody wanted to strike, and it definitely didn't happen overnight. Winning these gains came about because workers and the leaders they elected recognized that if we wanted to see a different result, we needed to do things differently. It's only through workers organizing, centering ourselves in the fight, and showing real solidarity across arbitrary dividing lines, like sector, union banner, and geography, that we as workers, neighbors, families, and friends will see the gains that are needed to make our lives, workplaces, cities, provinces, and indeed our country better. I want to thank the Broadbent Institute for this honor. I also need to thank CUPE education workers as well as CUPE members in every sector and province. Our labor family, including the Ontario Public Service Employees Union, ATU, Unifor, the Ontario Sheet Metal Workers and Roofers Conference, as well as other tradespeople, nurses, parents, and so many others who stood with us to unite the labor movement. What we saw in the fall is but a moment. Now we must come together to ensure a movement that will make the real positive changes for the lives of all of us to come. We're ready. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Tammy Graham. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer at OSBCU, and I'm a proud CUPE education worker. I'm a custodian from Thunder Bay. And with me today I have Rod McGee. Rod McGee is the first Vice President of the Ontario School Board Council of Unions and also a proud CUPE custodian in Thunder Bay. We are in the same local together, hopefully getting home to Thunder Bay today, who knows? Like Laura said, on behalf of 55,000 education workers, we are extremely honored to be able to accept this award. It was not just our 55,000 members that made this happen, but like she said, the people across the province, across the country. The labor movement was united like it's never seen before. We all came together for this attack on us, and we beat Doug Ford, so it's pretty amazing. And you know, we saw the support across the province and the country, and a true moment really hit me when I was opening the mail one day in the office, and we actually received a handwritten, signed letter by a group of rail workers in the United States, thanking us for our hard work and dedication, and appreciating that we had forged forward, and because they were trying to do the same thing. And that meant so much. It brought tears to my eyes that they took the time to actually handwrite this letter and mail it in and thanking us. So this is an extreme honor. Thank you very much.
We're supposed to take a picture, okay. Another round of applause for the education workers. Woohoo! Woohoo!
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to announce today the Charles Taylor Award for Excellence in Policy Research. Charles Taylor est, comme vous le savez, un des grands penseurs sociodémocrates de notre génération. Il a été candidat du NPD fédéral et président du NPD au Québec, ainsi que coprésident de la commission Bouchard-Taylor sur les accommodements raisonnables au Québec. In recognition of Taylor's rich legacy, the Charles Taylor Award for Excellence in Policy Research is awarded annually to a researcher whose work has made an important contribution to policy debates, building a more socially just Canada. This year's recipient is John Burroughs, an academic, jurist, and leading expert on Indigenous law, in recognition of decades of policy research and advocacy to advance our understanding of the past, present, and future of Indigenous laws in Canada. John Burroughs is a member of the Chippewa of the Nawash First Nation. As a Canada Research Chair in Indigenous law, Professor Burroughs has made an important impact on how Indigenous law is interpreted at the Supreme Court of Canada. He is also helping to bring up the next generation of Indigenous legal scholars and practitioners as an example of reconciliation in action. Congratulations to Professor John Burroughs.
I'm grateful to be with you here on this occasion, grateful and honored to be this year's recipient of the Charles Taylor Prize for Excellence in Research Policy. I'm also grateful to the Broadbent Institute for sponsoring this award as a part of its commitment to making Canada a more equal, sustainable, and democratic country. And I have to say I'm thrilled that through this award, my name will be attached to Charles Taylor's name in some small way. That's because when I was conducting my graduate work over 30 years ago, I really drew quite heavily on his ideas. Professor Taylor cautioned us against ethnocentrism. He warned us against the danger of seeing the world through our own eyes alone. I tried to take his insights to heart. He said that human judgment was at its best when it's social. He wrote that we need others to expand our views and to enhance our understanding. He said we need vocabularies of comparison. And through these vocabularies of comparison, we can see where our own gaps, misunderstandings, and partialities can cloud our thinking. In this way, Professor Taylor urged us to place our stories behind and beside the stories we tell ourselves and put them into conversation with other stories in a way that respects their views and their internal understandings. He called this the work of perspicuous contrast. This idea of vocabularies of comparison or perspicuous contrast has marked my own research, which is trying to bring Indigenous people's own laws and legal traditions into conversation, comparison, and contrast with both the common law and the civil law. Indigenous law is found in the standards and principles and measures and processes and yardsticks that they use, the indicia, the signposts, the guidance that they follow to regulate their affairs and resolve their disputes. This is Indigenous law, following these standards, principles, and processes. And these laws are found in stories and songs, dances, language, customs, traditions, written constitutions, codes, treaties, and other practices rooted in the land, in their clans, and in their communities. In my work, by placing Indigenous law beside Canadian constitutional, legal, and judicial decisions, I've tried to reveal where there are gaps and inconsistencies and contradictions in both Indigenous peoples' legal systems as well as the broader legal system. And in the process, I've tried to, with those gaps, show where bridges can be built and where false assumptions can be torn down. As Indigenous laws are revitalized and Canadian legislative policy and judicial decisions become more receptive to Indigenous legal views, Canadian law is also revitalized in the process. This vocabulary of comparison, this perspicuous contrast, can help us see beyond our own ethnocentricities for both Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. We need these vocabularies of comparison in our laws today to guide our future views, to enhance our views. And I'm really grateful that the Broadbent Institute's commitment to recasting political conversation encourages this kind of open discussion about the policies and actions which will improve both Indigenous communities and Canada more generally. And so I am grateful to be associated with this award, with this year's Charles Taylor Prize for Excellence in Research, and I pledge my continued efforts to improving both Indigenous people's own laws and broader Canadian law, and looking to ways to enhance and better the relationships between them. So thank you so much for this award, and again, I express my gratitude.
Et maintenant, pour une annonce spéciale, I'd like to bring back to the stage the Executive Director of the Broadbent Institute, Jen Assam.
Merci beaucoup, Maeva. I'm here today to talk about the Ellen Wood Prize in Political Thought. It was established in recognition of Ellen Mixon Wood's global legacy of historical scholarship and political thought. She's the author of Peasant, Citizen, and Slave, Democracy Against Capitalism, and her seminal work that I studied in university, The Origins of Capitalism. Awardees will be chosen for their work that is emblematic of how Ellen Wood saw the world. A twofold belief that democracy is always fought for and secured from below, and that the egalitarian values that we all believe in democracy are in ongoing conflict with the unequal outcomes of capitalism. Winners will receive a $10,000 prize. So it's my great pleasure to announce this year's recipient of the Ellen Woods Prize is Armin Yalnizian. She's so great. She's so great. So Armin Yalnizian is the Atkinson Fellow on the Future of Workers and is a leading voice on economics in Canada. Much of her work has examined social and economic factors that determine our health, our well-being, including affordable housing, poverty, minimum wage, and other basic services. As this year's recipient, Armin will deliver a lecture in Toronto in May at TMU, so please stay tuned for more details. We're really excited to be hosting and relaunching this, so thank you so much.
So our next speaker is doing some pretty exciting things south of the border. To introduce her properly, I'd like to invite Jared Walker to the stage. Jared, Walker is an organizer, activist, writer, and communications professional. He is a member of the Broadband Institute Board of Directors and a senior strategist with the Now Group. Jared knows in his bones that we find our power and purpose together, and he is passionate about building and empowering progressives, our movements and our organizations. Welcome, Jared.
Thanks very much. And
Sorry.
no, you're great. Good morning, y'all. Actually, I'm gonna do a little something. I'm feeling pretty fired up, so I'm gonna ask you to do something with me. When I say fired up, you say fired up. When I say ready to go, you say ready to go. Fired up! Fired up! Ready to go! Ready to go! Fired up! Fired up! Ready to go! Ready to go! Thank you. It is so awesome to be here at the Progress Summit. It's my first summit as a board member. I'm super excited. Before working with the federal and the Ontario NDP and my current role as a senior strategist with the Now Group, I got my start, I cut my teeth as a baby organizer, as the New York State coordinator of the student wing of the Obama campaign during the 2008 presidential election. I know firsthand that American politics can be a wild ride, but also an incubator for digital innovation. Back then, we were kind of figuring out how to deal with this new thing called Facebook. And the tools have changed, but the innovation has remained the same. So when we got the chance to bring our next keynote speaker here, I got super fired up. Our next speaker is doing some really exciting things south of the border. And, nope, that's me. Sophie and the Fetterman campaign did something really awesome, really incredible during the midterms, and I'm super pumped to hear her talk about it. She's a progressive political operative with experience building digital teams, raising millions of dollars online, racking up quality impressions, quality engagement, and most recently, she led a team of 9 staffers as digital director on Senator John Fetterman's campaign, where she oversaw a cutting-edge online fundraising program that raised $48.6 million, US dollars, online. Sophie is passionate about campaigns. She's worked on Elizabeth Warren's 2020 presidential primary and Mike Espy's 2020 US Senate run in Mississippi. And she started her career running youth social media at Planned Parenthood. Help me welcome to the stage, Sophie Oda.
Hi, everyone. It's so great to be here in Canada. I came up from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Woo, Pittsburgh! What's amazing to me is that you guys have more than parties and healthcare. Imagine that. I currently don't have healthcare. Woo! So we'll deal with that when we get back to the States. My name is Sophie Ota. I most recently served as John Fetterman's director in his U.S. Senate campaign for Senate in Pennsylvania, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just a little bit about myself. I've worked on 3 Senate campaigns and 1 presidential primary campaign. I love cats, and I am an American. And I started off my career running youth social for Planned Parenthood. So I've always been really passionate about, creating change and electing progressives to office. So today we're going to talk about digital. And as digital director, I feel like digital is kind of a nebulous term. It means a lot of different things, where you go and who you work for. But what I oversaw as digital director for the Fetterman campaign was like 3 large buckets. So we've got our online small dollar fundraising. We raised $48.6 million online with small dollar donations. Our average donation was $29. So that's one big bucket. The second big bucket was our content and creative. So think of all of our social media, our graphic design, our videos, all the content that you see online. And then finally, I oversaw our online organizing program. So, we had a team of digital organizers. We recruited, by the end of the campaign, over 9,000 volunteers. And these people are really what powered us to victory, not only in our Democratic primary, where we won all 67 Pennsylvania counties, but also in the general, where we defeated our opponent, Dr. Oz. So it seems to me like you guys know who Dr. Oz is, which is good. But today we're going to be talking about John Fetterman's voice and what the voice means in digital communications. So whether that's a candidate or an organization or a think tank, we're going to be talking about the voice. And in my definition, it is not this shitty American show. It is the style and the language that your organization uses to communicate online. And so my challenge as digital director, I came in right when we launched in January 2021. So American campaigns are really long, right? Like I spent the past 2 years of my life electing this guy. And so my challenge as digital director is how do we take this really unique guy and scale it up to the biggest Senate campaign in the country? It wasn't a presidential year. We didn't have a presidential candidate at the top of the ticket. And so this unique guy kind of became the most exciting thing in American politics. And just to illustrate this is a few of my favorite John snapshots. So we've got John in shorts, the day that he met Joe Biden in a blizzard, personal favorite. He also loves Sheetz and Wawa, which are kind of like two Tim Hortons-y fast casual restaurants in Pennsylvania. And of course, John loves his dogs and he loves his family. And yeah, he has a really unique voice. Here's one of my favorite tweets from his. This is from before I started. Cowboys have a 99% chance to blow. Cowboys, I can't read it from here, but you get the point. So, it's how do we go from the candidate, because when I started, John loves Twitter. I'll just back up here. John loves Twitter. He did it all himself. And as a campaign grows, right, you'd hope that your candidate is starting to do call time, is out there talking with unions and different stakeholders. They don't have time to run a digital program. So how do you take what makes him so special and scale it up? It's all about looking for patterns and the type of, the style and the language he uses. And to illustrate that, we're gonna play a really quick game called Who Tweeted That? And it takes some audience interaction, so let's go here. Okay, first one. Sorry, losers and haters, but my IQ is one of the highest, and you all know it. Please don't feel stupid or insecure, it's not your fault. All right, who tweeted this? Who? Yep, you got it, it's Donald Trump. And how did you know that? You can just shout it out. What about this? Yep. Yes. Yes, the terrible grammar, exactly. I like the fact that there's no space after the insecure. There should be a space there. Yeah. So it's Donald Trump because of all those different clues. This one might be a little bit harder. I'm sad about the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. Had the honor of meeting her, was in long line of people waiting to meet her, yet when she got to me, she asked me pertinent questions and seemed genuinely interested in talking to me. I'm proud she was some kind of emoji. Happy she had a great sense of humor. All right, anyone know who this is? Who? Your kid? No, not your kid. This is superstar Cher. And yeah, if you don't follow Cher on Twitter, I highly recommend it, because all of her tweets are like this, This tweet is so Cher, and I know that because she uses the word two, and the number two instead of two. She uses this weird emoji. I can't tell if it's like a cow or a bull or something. It's the way that her tweet is kind of broken up like some weird poem that you wrote in college. It's very, very shared. And if you don't follow her on Twitter, I highly recommend it. Okay, final little exercise in this game. Who tweeted this? It is exceedingly difficult for a man with 10 houses to fathom how urgent it is to raise America's shitty minimum wage of $7.25 an hour to at least $15 an hour. But for a single mother in PA with 2 kids making a shitty minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, it really matters. Yes, whoa, no way, because I'm giving the presentation. Yes, this is John Fetterman. He tweeted, well, technically my team tweeted this, but yes, and how do we know it's John? For me, what makes this a John tweet is, one, the use of the word shitty. Unlike other American politicians, he was really, upfront with saying whatever he wanted to say. Another key John thing is he loved putting ampersands around words to really emphasize them. So we've got that on the really. He was also really into setting up contrast. So we have the first line is about what's bad, and then the second line is about what's even worse. So as you can see, there's just different stylistic things that my team picked up on and used to bring John's unique voice to every corner of our digital program, to all of the 3 buckets that I mentioned at the top of this presentation. And this is kind of like the thesis of this presentation and of this keynote, is that consistency is the path to authenticity. So no matter what you are trying to communicate about digitally, if you are consistent, it'll really make an impact and really make your candidate seem like they are the real deal across everything. And we're gonna go through some examples of how my team accomplished that. So my number 1 tip is to identify the patterns of style and the way that the candidate communicates. And you're gonna physically write them down and create a style guide. And much like Detective Pikachu over here, you are literally going to put all of these patterns and observations about the way your candidate speaks into a style guide. We literally had a Google Doc, my team, of different things that John said, his favorite emojis, and it was like a quick cheat sheet, a Bible for us all to refer to and be able to, incorporate John's unique style of communicating into everything we did. So what you're gonna wanna look for is grammar and punctuation, favorite emojis. Does your candidate or your organization have any favorite emojis? These are John's favorite emojis, don't really know why. Pop culture references. John loved 90s animation, Simpsons, Family Guy, so we tried to use that in a lot of stuff. Common phrases and sayings. One of John's favorite phrases was the union way of life, so we use that in a lot of stuff. Sentence structure. How do they talk? Do they like short sentences, long sentences? Do they ramble? Do they misspell things? And then finally, tone and humor, which played a large role in what we did. John is naturally a very sarcastic and dry guy. I am too, so it worked out really well. And then here are some other examples and ways that you can really deepen your understanding of your candidate's voice. The obvious one is just talk to the candidate. Get to know what their favorite things are. What's their life story? And you're not going to want to ask them straight up, how do you want to sound online? You're going to want to ask them, what's your favorite TV show? What's something that you want people to know about you? Those are the questions you should ask to get at the essence of the person's voice. And if you can't access them, talk to their family. Talk to people who know them well. You can scour old social media posts. That's what I did when I first started working for John, and found some really funny ones, like that one about the Cowboys. Watching old interviews, reading old books, any speeches, op-eds they wrote, and of course, you're gonna wanna link up with your communications team to ensure that everything that you're putting into your style guide, links up with the overall message of your candidate or campaign or organization. So here is an example of a style guide I used when I worked on Elizabeth Warren's 2020 presidential campaign. So this is just an example of what a style guide can look like. We have things to not say and things to say. One thing that I want to draw attention to is Senator Warren never wanted to refer to her 2020 campaign as my campaign. It was always our campaign, this campaign. And that's just like one single word, right? But changing that word makes all the difference in, how you're talking about something that you're building together. So this kind of sounds maybe like an English class presentation almost, but paying attention to language and style is so, so important as you're communicating for candidates. Here's another example of a style guide. If anyone's familiar on Twitter, we had a volunteer kind of run a Twitter account in the voice of Levi Fetterman, who is John's dog. So this was a volunteer-led effort, and what we realized is we wanted to send other communications throughout the campaign from this dog. So we worked with our volunteer, Julia, she's lovely, and we came up with a style guide written from a freaking dog, as you can see here. And we sent fundraising solicitations from this dog. We sent voter ID text from this dog. So it was all very consistent. There are some very specific things here. It's always ILYSM, ILU, never I love you spelled out. So that's another example. All right, so now I'm gonna go through just some quick examples of how we took all this information and applied it to our giant digital operation. So again, I oversaw a team of 9 staffers by the end of the campaign, and then at the beginning, keep in mind, it was just me. So over a 2-year period, we built this massive operation. All right, so in social media, I think this is kind of like the most obvious thing that people think of when they think of John, but we really, as a team, tried to incorporate his voice into our everyday content. So right off the bat, you can see that we would always try to reply to people and engage with people, liking comments, replying to comments, and we did this a lot with GIFs, and as you can see here, here's like a Family Guy GIF. John loves Family Guy, so we would try to use GIFs often. There's a photo of him and his wife Giselle. This was kind of a series we started where I'd be like, hey, can you just send me a photo of you guys on a date at dinner? And it became my Best Girl series. And then we've also got this little, this is the screenshot, the yellow is an Instagram post, but it was originally a Facebook post that we screenshotted and put on Instagram. And it performed really, really well. And it's kind of like this lo-fi thing. Like you can imagine John like screenshotting something from Facebook and then putting it on Instagram. Some more social, again, we use the Simpsons a lot. He loves showing off his family. We've got his young son, August, down there. Always tweeting about, and keep in mind, like, for all the fun we had, we did do a lot of policy-related things. Here's John talking about the $15 minimum wage again, in his own words. And then finally, we've got a nice little meme trolling Dr. Oz, kind of setting up this contrast between the fact that Dr. Oz is a rich asshole and, he's not going to fight for regular working-class Pennsylvanians. And then finally, the screenshot in the middle is from our TikTok. We successfully kind of kicked off a TikTok. The one thing about that is, like, we knew that it would not be believable for John to be running his own TikTok, right? Like, dude should be in call time, talking to stakeholders, not on TikTok. So we very much had it as like a kind of like a team vibe. And everything that incorporated John was very dry, wry, and used a lot of emojis and things that made it distinctly his voice. And again, we've got some more John-isms and social content that really represents him. Got a photo of him in some crudité, a photo of him at Sheetz, his favorite convenience store, another Dr. Oz troll, and yeah, just really as we created content, trying to think of all the different ways we could incorporate his unique quirkiness. But it wasn't just social. We also really, had to put his voice in everything else as well. So here are two examples of fundraising solicitations. The first one, that little screenshot of the Google search, that is our top performing email of all time. I wrote it shortly after we launched the campaign, and I swear every time we sent out this email to our list, we would raise like $20,000. And I think a lot of times in American fundraising, you get a text or an email and it's like, if you don't donate before midnight, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are going to die. And so we consciously took a very different approach to our fundraising program. This email is just a story. It's just a story in John's voice explaining why he has tattoos and how much he loves his community and his family. And then I just had a fundraising ask at the very bottom of the email. And that was really powerful and potent to donors and supporters. And then we've also got a screenshot of a fundraising text. Again, you can just see by the way the copy is written. It's very, very written in John's voice. We've got an emoji. We've got some ampersands. So very John. And then just some more fundraising content. We never shied away from using GIFs and having a little fun in our emails. Here's another successful email featuring everyone's favorite white nationalist, Tucker Carlson. And then on the right is a paid Facebook ad. And so just a reminder to, in all your paid media as well, you want to make sure that you're also consistent with the brand. We had this fun little Facebook is the worst direct donate ad that did very well for us. Okay, and then finally, you want to make sure that your unique voice is in your organizing work as well. So here's a screenshot of a a recruitment email for a GOTV rally with President Obama. And instead of sending like a cookie cutter, like come to this rally at this time, I had my team write a unique email from John, making it sound really personal and inviting you to come hang out with Obama. And then on the right, we've got a voter ID text from a dog. You may laugh, but we did a lot of testing, and our dog voter ID texts had a double contact rate as our generic from John texts. So, if you guys are looking to win a province, maybe you just need an animal of some sort. I don't know. Yeah. So, okay, so you've got the candidate's voice. You have a great grasp over how you want to sound. You have your style guide. You know how you want to incorporate the voice. How do you make it better? Let's go. You're going to want to look at the data and test things. Test things. Testing could be its own presentation in its own right. But I think sometimes when you're making content, you kind of get lost in the sauce and you forget to look at the data. My team used a tool called Sprout Social, and every week we pulled a report, and we looked at what content was performing well, what content was not performing well. But if you don't have access to those resources, you can also use the native analytics that are on these social media platforms. Right here you can see my own dismal Twitter analytics report recently, and also we've got a screenshot of what the back end of Instagram analytics looks like. And of course, ActBlue, which I don't think exists in Canada, but it's how we process online donations. So whenever you can, set up A/B tests, look at the data, look at what's working and what's not, because that will give you a clearer path to defining your candidate's voice. Just some more A/B testing notes. And then what I will also add is I think on Facebook especially, and these different platforms, there are a lot of native options that they're playing around with. So on Facebook, for example, we started testing our titles on videos. And that became really important, especially as John was recovering from his stroke. He had a health crisis last May. And we were trying to really show that he was really senatorial and he was still strong. And we tested a bunch of lines from kind of his comeback speeches. And this one line, I got knocked down, but I got back up, won like several times when we tested it, the titles on videos. And that was super important in giving an insight into how we should be talking about his recovery and how we should be presenting him going forward. And then, you want to bring the voice into your creative and design as well. Don't forget about that. We did not have, I had 9 staffers, but I did not have a graphic designer. And we kind of did that on purpose. And part of the reason is because part of John's voice is being very lo-fi and being scrappy and looking a little unpolished and also being funny. As you can see, there's a stay in line graphic because in America you need to stay in line at the polls or you can't vote. And it's just my favorite photo of John wearing shorts the day he met President Biden in a snowstorm with the stay in line. We talked about policy. This is John's 5-point policy to hold Washington accountable. And instead of like a boring infographic, we tried to use some emojis. We tried to keep the language very, very short and concise. And then finally, in our videos, we produced over 300 videos in-house on our team. And in every video, we tried to incorporate a little humor, make it really John. Here's one with John Lovett from Pod Save America. He came into our HQ and filmed a couple of videos for us. And as you can see, we use some, this is just a screenshot, I'm not gonna play it, but we used emojis and we had this fun little Dr. Oz cutout. And yeah, you just wanna make sure that that is also incorporated into your creative. And you might be thinking like, oh, that's really hard. No, it's not hard. You don't need a graphic designer to have the most polished, perfect graphics. Like, no one's gonna win an election because of their graphic design skills, right? So here are some examples of the creative that we used throughout the campaign. Right off the bat, a lot of it was just GIFs and memes from the internet already. We never had to explain what a meme was to John Fetterman. He would suggest them himself. So, we've got these GIFs. This, I guess that Chevy Chase meme is from, I don't even know what that's from. That predates me. If anyone gets that reference, good for you. And we got some Simpsons. The far right, the Wagners, the little circle, that is a sticker that one of my staffers designed on Canva in like 5 minutes, and it ended up raising us $50,000 overnight. So just really simple stuff. The little notes screenshot, I literally made on my phone on notes, And we also relied a lot on volunteer capacity for graphics. So the large graphic in the middle about voting, one of our volunteers, Rose from Philadelphia, she had this cute style and she loved making graphics for us. And it was just a way to get volunteers engaged with the campaign, but also, communicate our values. Like, we weren't fancy, we incorporated people at every step of the way of the campaign. And I think that all made it very successful. So we won Pennsylvania, yay. I think that it was a wild ride. There's a lot of things in American politics that we get right, and there's a lot we get wrong. And I feel so fortunate to have been a part of this campaign and to be here at the Broadbent Institute. So thank you very much. I hope this was informative to everyone and helpful in winning more power for progressives in Canada. So thank you.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. I hope people are going to go back with some tactics and good ideas for their campaigns based on that, using the right voice. Thank you, Sophie, again, for sharing your experience with how the working class people, during the John Fetterman's campaign has given us a lot of ideas up here, right?
And now it's time for a new coffee break, and I will just tell you the 3 options you'll have after the break. You'll have Indigenous economies from fiscal welfare to cashback. That's with the Yellowhead Institute. The second choice is from research to reality. Workplace change can improve mental health, and unions can help with the Douglas Caldwell Layton Foundation. And the third choice is evidence-based policy change on the prairies with Molly McCracken from CCPA. Have a good break. introduire cette séance la professeure Frances Abel. Frances Abel is the Distinguished Research Professor at Carleton University. Ses centres d'intérêt incluent les relations avec les communautés autochtones, la politique fédérale, le développement communautaire, l'éducation et la formation. Welcome, Frances.
Thank you very much, Maeva. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce the panel on Indigenous economies from the Yellowhead Institute. The Yellowhead Institute is an Indigenous rooted in community networks. Yellowhead offers critical and accessible resources to support the reclamation of Indigenous land and life. Following the publication of Yellowhead's second red paper, entitled Cashback, scholars and practitioners associated with the Institute have continued to think through the tensions and challenges of economic reconciliation in Canada today. Today's panel will offer an overview of the destructive pressures on Indigenous economies and how current government funding models continue to maintain paternalism and marginalization, but also how communities are revitalizing economic relationships and practices rooted in Indigenous values. I'd like to welcome to the stage Shadi Hafiz, Dr. Shailene Jobin, Gagiwagaran Tim Thompson, and Kelsey Lee Balaban. Please welcome them.
Hello. Thank you, Professor Abel, for the introduction to our panel. So my name is Kelsey Lee Balaban, and I'm the Community Engagement Specialist with the Yellowhead Institute. I'm Otopaim Suusqueo, Métis, and European from Treaty 6 territory in Amiskwaciwâskahikan, Egwa, Wawasksu, Sakigan, Otsinia. And yeah, now I work for Yellowhead Institute. And this is also our panel of folks who are involved with the Institute. And first I'm gonna introduce the context of our panel. So for the past 4 years, during the era of reconciliation, Yellowhead Institute has been preoccupied instead with the concept of restitution. We tried to reframe the reconciliation discussion towards this direction in our red papers, Land Back and Cash Back, the latter of which explored the dispossession of Indigenous communities and how they dismantled Indigenous economies. But this paper was also about how we're challenging the common sense of Canadians and charity and benevolence. So much of the narrative around Indigenous economic development is one of handouts, which is not the reality. So we accepted the invitation to present here with an interest in challenging that narrative and offering Indigenous perspectives on Indigenous economies. So leading this discussion, we have 3 esteemed Indigenous experts in fiscal relations and Indigenous economic futures. So we have Dr. Bin on the end here, Shadi Hafiz, and Kalikhwa Gelun, Tim Thompson. So first, I'm going to introduce our panelists one by one to give presentations, and then we'll have a discussion and open up for a few questions at the end. So we're gonna start with Kalikhwa Gelun, who is a strong proponent of Indigenous language revitalization and is a proud graduate of Onkwawena, Kenshokwa, Kenyankaha Mohawk Language Immersion Program. Kalikhwa Gelun has held many roles, including Policy Director of the Ontario Federation of Indian Friendship Centres, Education Director and Director of Languages for the Assembly of First Nations, President and CAO of First Nations Technical Institute. Kalikhwa Gelun was named one of the 12 defenders of human rights in the Speak to Truth to Power initiative. And I'll pass it on to you.
Sego sewa gwego, wakan horado. Gari wagero ni unjats, wax garewa geni itan, wata ni do ageno. Ne yutununya tika aiges, ayawans ti sewa takaride, tanoni, sewana dunyo. Greetings, everybody. My name is Gary Huagero. I also go by the name of Tim Thompson, so if you see me walking around, you say, hey, Tim, that's okay. Come from Bear Clan family of the Mohawk Nation at Wahta Mohawk Territory. My community is in south central Ontario, Muskoka area. We went over there in 1881 after events in Gunasadage, not too far from here, next to the town of Oakwa, Quebec. There's a land dispute that's occurred there for going on, going a long time. We're getting close to 300 years. But in the 1870s, there was a real effort to force the Mohawk people to leave that area, and some did. Some tried to evade the conflict, tried to find peace by moving to the area where we are. So I'm one of the descendants of those people who moved there. We're a small little community. I'm pleased to be invited here today. I'm glad you're having an exciting conference, talking about really good issues and good ideas. I'm going to take you back in time to an understanding that our people share. Mohawk people, Nyakahaga people, are part of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. So we created a federation alongside the Oneidas, Onondagas, Cayugas, and Senecas, and other nations that joined later, like the Tuscaroras. And our homelands are around the Great Lakes area and farther south into New York State. And we first encountered the Dutch coming up the river system, coming up towards the St. Lawrence. And at the same time, we encountered the French coming down the St. Lawrence. When we encountered the Dutch, we created a trading relationship with them. And we established a treaty with them. Today, it's called the Turo Wampum Treaty, the Degani de Ohade. And in that treaty, there's a long story to it, and we don't have time to get into all of it today, but it talks about a ship and a canoe traveling down the river of life together. And that we coexist, that in the ship it has the European government, the people, their laws, their ways of doing things. In our canoe, we have our governments, our people, our laws, and our ways of doing things. And the way that story gets told, they said, the Dutch person asked us, well, how does this relationship work? Are we going to be as a father to a son? And we said, no, a father can tell a son what to do. We will be as brothers. And what will connect us is our friendship, our desire for peace, and our desire for justice by one another. In our language, we say, "Ganigoriyo," good minds, to look out for one another, to do well by one another. And they said that they liked that idea, and how long would this last? And that's so we said, as long as the sun shines, as long as the waters flow downward, and as long as the grass grows green at a certain time of the year. And so a wampum belt was created. We made wampum beads out of shell beads. A belt was created to signify that lasts forever. By the late 1650s, the British moved into that area, and they approached us and they said, "We want the same with you that the Dutch have." And after some discussion, they said, "We would like to tie our ship to your shore." And we said, what if the rope breaks? They said, well, we'll use a chain. We said, well, what if it rusts? They said, we'll use a silver chain and we'll keep it polished regularly. The idea that we would meet regularly to address issues. So that was documented in an agreement in a wampum belt that looks a lot like that. These belts were sometimes repurposed, so they're sometimes called friendship belts. But they signify that three-link chain that links us with the ideas of friendship, peace, and good minds toward one another. In the 1700s, the first imperial superintendent of Indian Affairs, a guy named Sir William Johnson, he was aware of the history of this. He knew that we met every year or two just to polish that chain, to keep it shiny. And so here's a little speech he related in 1748. The speakers at the time were often very humble. They're very, they always referred to the past people as being smarter and more knowledgeable, and they would, so they would come across that way, and they were right. But in this case, he says, "Brethren of the Five Nations, I will begin a thing of long standing, our first brothership, our first friendship, commenced at the arrival of the first great canoe or vessel at Albany, at which time you were much surprised that finding what it contained pleased you much, being things for your purpose. You all resolved to take the greatest care of that vessel and that nothing should hurt her. Whereupon it was agreed to tie her fast with a great rope to one of the largest nut trees on the bank of the river. But on further consideration and a fuller meeting, it was thought safest, fearing that the wind would blow down that tree, to make a long rope and tie her fast at Onondaga, the capital town, village of our people, which was accordingly done. And the rope was put under your feet, so that if anything hurt or touched said vessel, by the shaking of the rope, you might know it. After this, you made an offer to the governor to enter into a bond of friendship with him and his people, and he was so pleased that you would find a silver covenant chain that would never break, slip, or rust, to bind you with him in brothership together, and that your people and ours would be as one heart and one blood, and that what would happen to one would happen to the other. After this firm arrangement was made, our forefathers, finding it was good, and foreseeing that many advantages both sides would reap of it, ordered that if that silver chain should ever turn the least rusty, offer to slip or break, then it should immediately be brightened up again, and not let slip or break on any account, for then both you and I were dead." So he had the understanding, too, that that agreement was meant to last forever, last a long time. So what happened? So in time, that agreement gets polished, like I said, every couple of years or so. But by the late 1800s, mid-1800s, circumstances change. There's population imbalances that have now occurred. There's different demands for settlement that have occurred. Colonial laws get put in place that don't respect that kind of agreement. Treaties are made with harsh terms that start to take lands away, even though that's not what was intended on the other side. And Indigenous nations start to get put to the margins. Our communities get shoved away into places that are less desirable. When Confederation occurred, an administrative process had already started to administer us as wards of the state. And that consolidated it by giving authority to the federal government to legislate with respect to any matters concerning Indians or lands reserved for the Indians. That same act defined a reserve as federal crown land reserved for Indians. So by virtue of the act, there was no such thing as Indian land anymore. They were trying to take it by negotiated agreements, and if they didn't, they just simply declared that it was theirs. So to this day, I think 89% of the country is still crown land. divided close to evenly between the federal and provincial governments. So it was a great land theft that occurred. Our communities, the reserve communities, plus modern negotiated settlement lands, make up roughly 0.5% of the total landmass of Canada. Again, if reserve lands are regulated under the Indian Act. When you get deeper into the Act, it created a population called Indians. The early acts refer to Indians as males of Indian blood or reputed Indian blood, their wives and their children. Then there was a great effort made to remove women who had married non-Indian men from having legal status as Indians, and we still deal with those impacts today. This administrative system was an experiment, a social experiment. On one hand, treating us as wards that needed to be protected, but on the other hand, trying to assimilate us through this protected status. And so great measures were put into place. So that included having Indian agents to oversee us, imposing what were called band councils, men elected by men to rule us under the authority of the Act. They were given such authorities as the ability to regulate beekeeping and poultry raising, the regulation of noxious weeds, but they could also regulate things like community safety. And those provisions are still found in the Act today. You can look up the Indian Act today and you'll find those are key provisions of the authorities of band councils under the Indian Act. One of the long-lasting effects of that was to undermine our traditional authorities, particularly in matriarchal societies, and to create situations in our community where you have majorities and minorities with no way for the minorities to exercise their voices. So we don't have the, not a lot of our communities have the range of institutions in our communities to be able to have voices heard. And that's one of the lasting impacts of the Act as well. It created dependency. So I know this forum is to talk about ways to get out of dependency, but we do need to deal with the fact that this created dependency. In fact, from time to time, provisions of the Act disallowed us from hiring lawyers to pursue claims. It disallowed us from post-secondary education. If you wanted to get a credential, like to be a lawyer, a doctor, or a priest even, you had to enfranchise. That means you had to give up your legal as an Indian. Those provisions were largely removed in 1951. There were other provisions that allowed the federal government to lease reserve lands without the consent of the community to others. And there were provisions that allowed them to restrict the sale of produce on reserves. There was a great push with the numbered treaties in the late 1800s and early 1900s to force Western nations to move towards agriculture. But when they got good at it, the government wouldn't give them new implements. And sometimes they wouldn't give them new implements under the theory, at least according to one deputy minister at the time, that they should follow the levels of evolution and become peasant farmers first. So, all this kind of all these kinds of interventions in our communities and in our lives ultimately led to education systems that tried to really push ahead assimilation and the breaking up of our families and therefore the termination of our lands. So you've heard about residential schools. Hard to miss that. We're finally getting some coverage about them over the last few years. Residential schools took children away from our homes, from our families, 10 members of my family, and they took them far away. Some of them weren't allowed to come home for summer months. So imagine if your kid was taken at age 6. They couldn't come home until they were 16. Could they speak your language? Do they know their roles in your family? Do they even know your family members? We have stories like that in our community from the people who return. Schools on reserve weren't much better. You could at least go home at night. I was sitting with some elders. We had a campfire in 2014. I was sitting with 3 elders. We're in more of a circle than we are here. And they were talking about why they didn't go to residential school. They didn't know why, but they said, one of them just up and says, do you remember the razor whip? Another one goes, well, yeah. So wait, what's the razor whip? They said, well, you know that straight razor and you move it back and forth over the leather to keep it sharp? I said, yeah. I said, what about it? They said, well, if you spoke the language at school, the teacher would give you the choice of the razor whip or the horse whip. And after your whipping, you'd get sent to the corner for further humiliation. So the idea of those schools was ultimately social destruction. It wasn't just eliminating our languages. It wasn't just eliminating cultural thought. It was social destruction. Take us right apart. Make us feel bad about ourselves. I asked them what they learned all day, and they said, well, we'd look at it. They'd give us a Sears Roebuck catalog, and we'd look through, and they told us, pick the things you like out of there. And I said, okay, what would you do the next day? Well, we'd do that the next day. So what would you do the following week? Well, we'd do that the following week. They weren't academic institutions. They were preparing us for a life of servitude. So in the residential schools, the boys learned to clean out the farms and harvest things. And the women were learning the Victorian roles of sewing and cooking. So the goals weren't high with these places. They were meant to destroy us. After all that legacy, we get to the so-called modern day. We face a policy paper in 1969 that says we need to end all the legal entity of Indians and Indian lands. We fought against that, and one of the ways we thought we could beat that was through strengthening community-based schools that would teach our languages, our cultures, teach about our positive relationships to one another and to the land. And that caught fire across the country. About 80% of First Nations in Canada established schools and have them today. Problem is, for many years, decades, they were underfunded. In 2004, I was part of a joint process with the Department of Indian Affairs, and we were asking them, what's the history of the funding mechanism? So they shared a document with us. It was called 1988 Draft Formula Funding. Draft. They said they were asked by central agencies to show a funding formula that they used to fund First Nations schools. And they said, so they made one up. They used the categories from the Ontario Public Funding Formula, like instructional services, administration, teaching assistants, so on. And they just simply applied it to an existing pie, an existing allocation, and then put amounts to the allocation. So the numbers were never based on actual costs or actual need. And those became the historical amounts. Became more complicated so for years we had been underfunded. By 1996, in fighting a federal deficit, the government of the day put a 2% cap on annual expenditure increases on education, on social programs, on housing, on water, on band governance. All of those things were capped, so you couldn't raise them any more than 2% a year, despite the fact we know in education provincial costs were going up by 6% a year at the time, and despite the fact that our population was increasing at a great rate. And that cap stayed in place in education until about 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, I think, when a new funding formula came in, an interim funding formula. It's been much better. It's bought us some time to have further discussions about something more permanent, more long-lasting, something that will support our development in our communities. So I want to leave you with one piece. The Royal Commission report in 1996. It's a lot of people have forgotten about that, I find, in my discussions out and about. I don't get out much, you can probably tell that. But in 1996, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples tabled a report. And it's really worth reading. It's still highly relevant. Among other things, they said land is key to the relationship. Respecting the treaties is important. They said band governments under the Indian Act do not have independent authority. They derive their powers from the federal government. Moreover, given the limited range of powers delegated to them, there's little opportunity for band governments to access independent sources of revenue. Consequently, the financial arrangements are characterized by dependency, by extensive accountability provisions, which the Auditor General has noted over and over again, by elaborate administrative structures, and by other features that reflect that type of governing relationship. The accountability procedures for Aboriginal nation governments should not be more onerous than those imposed on federal and provincial governments. So they recommended that federal, provincial, and territorial governments, through negotiation, provide Aboriginal nations with lands that are sufficient in size and quality to foster economic self-reliance and cultural and political autonomy. And they said the goal of those negotiations is to ensure that Indigenous nations within our traditional territories have exclusive or preferred access to certain renewable and non-renewable resources, including water, or to a guaranteed share of them, a guaranteed share of the revenues flowing from resource development, and specified potential guarantees or priorities to the economic benefits and opportunities flowing from development projects. So those recommendations are now quite old, but they're still relevant, and I think we need to take a look at them again. So I appreciate your patience. Yawa, toknig.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kali Khakun. That was really informative, especially I really love hearing about the historic relationship and like the covenant chain, polishing the chain, those commitments made, and then all of the legislation that followed that was so out of context of that, those original agreements and commitments. So now Dr. Shailene Jobin is going to present. So Dr. Shailene Jobin is an associate professor in the faculty at the University of Alberta, the Canada Research Chair in Indigenous Governance, and the director of the Indigenous Governance and Partnership Program. She is Cree from her mother, Wentney family, and Métis from her father, Jobin family, and is a member of the Red Pheasant Cree First Nation from Treaty 6. Dr. Jobin brings a focus on the connection between Indigenous culture and economies. Her recently published book, Upholding Indigenous Economic Relationships, Nahiwak Narratives, details the way Indigenous people move with and between economic structures imposed by the settler state, with a particular focus on prairie Indigenous life and philosophy. This attention to the economic realities faced by Indigenous peoples is in tune to the struggles of both land dispossession and the economic empowerment that can be realized from focusing on Indigenous orientations to economic relationships. She has founded and led 2 large Indigenous research and teaching programs and is involved in numerous community-led research projects. I'll pass it off to Shailene.
Thank you. Shailene Jobin Netsigasun, Loretta Watani Nigawi Nehiao, Otsi Red Pheasant, Fred Jobin Pam Notui Apitogasan, Otsi Big Prairie. Hello. In 2015, I tried online dating. This was a new experience for me and a bit traumatic at times. My intellectual reflections on that moment in my life are around the connection to patriarchy, extractive resources, political culture, and Indigenous women's bodies. Also in 2015, I was given this print from Métis artist Erin Consmo. For me, this is a visual representation of this time. I started dating a fellow at this time. Let's call him Al. Al worked in a fly-in camp that was part of the resource extraction industry. He grew up hunting and fishing and continues to do so. His wage job is very well paying and requires a certain skill set and expertise. He is proud of what he has accomplished. When he is at camp, his life revolves around work and sleep. When he's not at work, he has a few weeks off. One of the interesting reflections from my short time dating Al was that he was expected and was expected by others to provide financially for his family and extended family. This was something he felt proud of, but he also sometimes shared that he felt sometimes used. His wage was being redistributed. While dating Al, I suddenly found myself acting as an untrained counselor one day when a woman called me and asked me to leave her boyfriend Al alone. Al had not shared with me that he was in a relationship with another woman. I broke up with Al, but he and his girlfriend hounded me for a while. I made it clear to both of them that I wanted to be left alone. Both of them continued calling me. One evening, Al would not stop calling me and asking to see me, and in a moment of desperation, I told him if he just would leave me alone for 1 month, he could then contact me. This worked, and he stopped calling me or hounding me, or so I thought. What was interesting is what he posted right after our phone call on Facebook. The end of our relationship had nothing to do with his job in the oil field, but for him, it became an easy way to justify his behavior. What became solidified in my mind and body that evening after looking at this meme were the intimate connections among extractive resources, the exploitation of land and bodies, and the political culture that allows these sorts of social media posts to be seen as socially acceptable. The man kicking the woman off the cliff in this image affected me deeply. The political culture in places dominated by resource extraction, where a segment of population believes it is justifiable to have these beliefs, like those implied in the meme, is an aspect of political cultures in certain areas of Canada, like where I live, that we need to discuss more. Colonial domination of Indigenous peoples in settler societies has an insidious impact on the social, political, cultural, legal, and economic lives of Indigenous peoples. Each of these spheres is part of a separate but interrelated system of colonial logics. If we only focus on state domination in settler societies, what I refer to as the first colonial logic, so the Indian Act, the Band Council system, those sorts of things, we miss an important part of the larger story, namely how attempts to resist state domination may further entrench us in what I call another colonial logic, economic exploitation. One of the concepts examined by critical race scholars is this idea of structural determinism. Cree scholar Verna St. Dennis introduced me to this concept in 2017. The general idea is that in Canada, for example, the settler state needed stereotypes of Indigenous peoples. For example, beliefs of Indigenous peoples as savages, less than human, drunks, addicts, sexually promiscuous, to justify discriminatory laws, policies, practices, and processes. Powerful examples of these laws, policies, practices are the Indian Act, or the Indian residential school system that has been discussed. These discriminatory laws, policies led to negative social, cultural, political, and economic outcomes for Indigenous peoples. The resulting statistics, number of incarcerated Indigenous peoples, number of Indigenous children in the child welfare system, etc., served to then normalize settler colonial societies and governments' discriminatory views and discourse, public discussion, debate of Indigenous peoples. This continues as a vicious cycle and one that we're still sometimes stuck in. Indigenous women's bodies are affected by society, including the political and overarching systems and practices. As Zapotec scholar Dr. Altamirano Jimenez says, the body is the first place where women experience exploitation. Now, political culture is a concept that means, as Jackson defines, broad patterns of values and attitudes towards political objects that can, quote, draw individuals together, support judgments and actions, create the character and personality of a community, differentiate one community from another, and encourage its members to seek common objectives. Political culture can be viewed as constitutive. That is, it has the power to create things and bring them into existence. This means that political culture can be linked to behavior. I see certain areas, like the one where I live, and specifically areas where resource extraction is prominent, to have created a political culture around resource extraction. So I wrote this book that came out a few weeks ago called Upholding Indigenous Economic Relationships, and it explores how our relations to the land are constitutive. They create and co-create who we are as individuals and who we are as peoples. This talk is drawn from chapter 6 of that book, and I argue that when we change our relationship to the land, we can also constitute a different way of relating to our other relations, including to women, girls, plus. The plus includes two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual people. This different constitution in relating to the land can be exploitative, and this can be violent. This is why it is important to explore the history of economic exploitation. Resource extraction is only one factor to examine, and without resource extraction, there would still be violence. However, there is a specificity to the relationships created in resource extraction areas that I think we need to examine further. Political culture can form an environment where both lands and bodies are exploited. Certain practices, like Canada's pass system, that was very common in the area where I live and where my community is, ensured Indigenous peoples, so you needed a pass to leave the reserve. South Africa's apartheid system was based on Canada's pass system. That policies like that ensured that Indigenous peoples became economically dependent on the state. Similar justifications of Indigenous peoples as the other continue to provide justifications for policies and practices that include that exploitation. In an Indigenous worldview, all animate beings have spirit, innate worth, and agency: people, animals, plants. So there is this connection between exploitation of Indigenous lands and the exploitation of bodies of water, women's bodies, trans bodies, etc. It is part of that same logic. In many Indigenous societies, the earth is considered animate. In Elder Elmer Ghostkeeper's book, Spirit Gifting, he explains how adopting technology to engage in resource extraction made it faster and relatively easier to, quote, destroy and rearrange ecosystems during the construction of a natural gas field in his community. This is a process he led. He then explains how during this period, when he engaged in resource extraction labor for his community, he says there is a shift in his worldview. Quote, I did not have time to evaluate my beliefs and practices involving the rape and exploitation of the gifts of Mother Earth, end quote. Ghostkeeper makes this important link. By exploiting the gifts of Mother Earth, there is a shift in worldview that can happen. I see this shift enabling a specificity of violence that occurs on Indigenous women's bodies, where resource extraction creates conditions where this same overall logic plays out. Instead of seeing Indigenous women as beings to be valued in all of our complexities, we're seen as beings to be exploited. Our society's collective behaviors toward land creates and co-creates who we are. Our society's public discourses we engage in create and co-create who we are. Discriminatory views towards Indigenous peoples continue to justify exploitation. The National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls released their final report and calls for justice in 2019. Specifically, on page 584, it states how the inquiry heard testimony and examined, quote, resource extraction projects can drive violence against Indigenous women in several ways, including issues related to transient workers, harassment and assault in the workplace, rotational shift work, substance abuse and addictions, and economic insecurity. They argued that resource extraction projects can lead to increased violence against Indigenous women at the hands of non-Indigenous men, as well as increased violence within Indigenous communities. Connie Gray Eyes has talked to women who have experienced violence even the previous night from somebody that they had met that was just in their town working. She says, when you have that dynamic of all that money, of all that pressure working, and then they they get to blow off some steam and come into town and party. It is a bad mixture for women and girls of our communities. There is the potential for a positive correlation between self-determination and Indigenous women, girls plus rights, with Indigenous scholars and community activists theorizing and organizing alternatives for Indigenous peoples. Cree scholar Dr. Anjali Aluk explores gendered experiences of work and resource extraction through the lens of Miopamatsuwan, the good life in the Cree language. Aluk links Indigenous peoples' loss of Miopamatsuwan with the severed relationships to the land caused by colonialism. Aluk and her colleagues describe Miopamatsuwan as a good life, a life that balances family, community, and economy. Cree scholar Dr. Priscilla Satay sees social economy models as an alternative to the current economic structure that will lead to reduced poverty and decrease the social exclusion of Indigenous peoples. I use the metaphor of a beaded wildflower that is original to the Plains geography to explain Pamatsuwan, a livelihood model. I beaded this flower in 2020 using some of my grandmother's beads from the 70s and home tanned hide we made through a community course I co-taught in partnership with the Sinowitchi-Winnowak Nation. Although my grandmother, Lillian Wetney, was a beader and I watched her bead growing up, I am only a beginner. The mistakes in the beading I chose to include, one, because that's all I could do, and two, because the work is messy, and yet it is still important. In this model, the center of the flower is the pistil and stamen, which is androgynous in this flower, including both male and female reproductive systems to ensure the continuity of life. I draw from the Cree and Métis concept of wokotuin to acknowledge the important principles that stem from being related to all living beings. The innermost white bead represents spirit beings. The second circle represents all non-human beings, land, water, air beings. The third circle represents a people, for example, the Nehiawak. The fourth circle represents other Indigenous peoples, and the fifth circle represents non-Indigenous peoples. When making economic decisions, a livelihood model reminds us to keep in the forefront all of those different relationships. The petals of the flower represent different aspects of any society, how to uphold Indigenous social, cultural, political, economic, and legal systems. Each bead represents principles and philosophy that uphold relationality within an Indigenous worldview. The leaves around the petals link economic relationships to movements towards Indigenous resurgence and self-determination. Sami scholar Dr. Rona Kukanen explains that the most destructive impacts from the decimation of Indigenous economies are social and cultural. When looking at Indigenous economies today, we need to also include how economic relationships might uphold the elements at the heart of Indigenous self-determination. These include the continued assertion and relationship with Indigenous territory and beyond the expanse of reserved territory, reclaiming Indigenous language retention, knowing and transmitting Indigenous living histories, and living out the creativities found in Indigenous ceremonial cycles. I explore how an understanding of a livelihood economic model might enable the social, political, economic, legal, and cultural reproduction of our peoples while upholding the relationships of all living beings. Part of the work of reconciliation, or restitution, is for non-Indigenous societies to deconstruct knowledges that they have of Indigenous peoples, culturally, socially, politically, economically, and legally. It took me a long time to make this slide. I hope you're impressed. And also to then reconstruct those knowledges based on Indigenous peoples themselves sharing of their knowledges. Also, when we think back to the concept of structural determinism, we can think of the power of interrupting that circle of structural determinism. For example, what happens when you insert a resurgent law or policy based on Indigenous knowledges and upholding Indigenous self-determination? Would that lead to positive outcomes, which would normalize a different discourse about Indigenous peoples? When we talk about economic reconciliation or economic restitution, we're often talking about two different things. The first is how Indigenous peoples need to have an equitable share of resources to enable all of us on these shared lands to have miopomatsuan, the good life. This includes revenue sharing, land back, cash back. These are all examples of this. The second aspect is how Indigenous peoples should be able to have livelihoods based on and aligned to our knowledges, our values, our principles, our relationship to land, animals, and each other. So I have the words from Treaty Elders of Saskatchewan, recorded by Cree knowledge holder Harold Cardinal and Walter Hildebrandt. They say, when Treaty Elders use the word Pamatsuwen, they're describing a holistic concept that includes a spiritual as well as a physical dimension. It is an integral component of traditional First Nations doctrines, laws, principles, values, and teachings regarding the sources of life, the responsibilities associated with them, including those elements seen as necessary for enhancing the spiritual components of life and those associated with making a living. This developing conversations, like the ones that we have here today, are quite dynamic and exciting, and there's a need for additional analysis from diverse perspectives obtained by listening to more voices and Indigenous knowledges connected to place. Further understanding is needed into Indigenous economic relations that are not exploitative in function or design. Knowledge holder Maria Campbell speaks to that concept of wokotuin. She says, there is a word in my language that speaks to these issues, wokotuin. Today, it is translated to mean kinship, relationship, and family, as in human family. But at one time, from our place, it meant the whole of creation, and our teachings taught us that all of creation is related and interconnected to all things within it. Wokotuin means honoring and respecting those relationships. There are stories, our songs, ceremonies, and dances that taught us from birth to death our responsibilities and reciprocal obligations to each other, human to human, human to plants, human to animals, to the water, and especially to the earth. And in turn, all of creation had responsibilities and reciprocal obligations to us. On New Year's Eve, at the end of 2015, I ran into an inebriated Al. It had been a few months since I ended our relationship. He grabbed me and told me that he would often gain entry to my apartment building and stand in front of my door. I was on the 14th floor, trying to decide whether he should bang on the door to gain entry. As he said this to me, it was New Year's Eve. He was holding my arm tightly and would not let me walk away. I felt a mix of emotions, including fear that he had been in my apartment building without me knowing. My friend, Cree scholar Tracy Bear, who was standing by, had had enough and grabbed Al's arm so he would let me go. We left, and I have not seen Al since, although he has tried contacting me. This is just one story from my own experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shailene. I really appreciate hearing that connection between the violence against women and violence against the land and the disruption of our economic systems all being in one, because when we talk and critique the extractive economies, I think what's missing a lot of the time is that vulnerability created towards women, especially in communities that are near man camps and in these other ways in terms of the entitlement of the ideology that makes it up. And then how you were talking about that's something that our communities have faced throughout history with the Indian Act, the disruption of our governing systems with women being removed from power and being treated this way, and how that actually has this dual effect of reducing our capacity at the same time. So thank you for bringing that to attention. We have our last panelist now, and this is Shadi Hafez. So Shadi is Algonquin, Anishinaabe, and Syrian, and is a member of Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabeg. Shadi is currently a PhD student in sociology at the University of Toronto, a Yellowhead Institute Research Fellow, and is also the Programs Manager to the National Association of Friendship Centers. With over 15 years' experience working directly with and for Indigenous communities, Shadi has supported communities in the development of programs and services related to health and social well-being, as well as political and economic autonomy. Most recently, Shadi has overseen the delivery of the Investment Readiness Program for the NAFC, which has provided urban Indigenous organizations with over $4.5 million in capital to pursue the development of Indigenous-owned social enterprises. Shadi is committed to the resurgence and political independence of Indigenous peoples and communities, and strives to support his communities wherever and however he can. Pass it off to Shadi.
Miigwech for the introduction. Kwekakina, Shadi Hafiz, Nijnikaz, Kitigan Zibin Donjaba, Mikanak Dodem. Just my name is Shadi Hafiz. As mentioned, I'm Algonquin Anishinaabeg and Syrian. I'm a member of Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabeg, which you're actually on our territory right now, so welcome to our territory if you're not from here. My community is an hour and a half north of here, just up the Gatineau River. I've resided between here and my community throughout my life. Miigwech to fellow panelists, those presentations were set a really high bar, so I will do my best. But I think it actually fits really well because Tim provided us with some really great historical context, I think, to the relationship, and Shalene provided us with an understanding of how that kind of trickles down into today, and that understanding of how these economic structures impact our communities. And I'm going to be talking a little bit today about some of the work that we've done as an organization. I work for the National Association of Friendship Centers with the Investment Readiness Program, but also some of my personal work in the economic development, the business development, and community, and issues around the current economic models, financial institutions, and issues around capital and investment in our communities. I'll give a little bit of context. So I've been working as an independent business development consultant for my community now for, I don't know, for quite a long time. And what that's looked like is basically I've been writing business plans for local entrepreneurs in the community. But aside from that, I'm also a researcher for our specific claims team in our community. And specific claims, for those who don't know, are a government-created mechanism by which our communities can address past wrongs related to specific aspects of land, mismanagement of monies historically. They're different from comprehensive claims that deal with larger territorial issues. Most notably, our community settled a specific claim a few years back for roughly $116 million that we received as compensation for the way that the government essentially chiseled away at our reserve lands and reduced the size of our lands. An interesting aspect of that I think I will be touching on is that, part of that is that 40% of that 116 million was actually distributed to band members as a per capita settlement payment. So every band member received roughly $13,000 as a one-time payment for those lands. And I'm going to talk about some of the issues around that after, but just to touch on some of the historical issues related to these specific claims I've worked on and that I've seen in my own work, and to build on what Tim had mentioned regarding the Indian Act and Indian agents, we see that there was not only just a reduction of a land base and a theft of land that took place that reduced our abilities to participate in the economy, but there was a wholesale theft of money from our band accounts. These Indian agents, and in the case of my community that we're exploring right now through our own research process, we're siphoning money out of our band accounts to pay for infrastructure in our neighboring towns, to pay for the roads in the neighboring towns, to pay for the plumbing in the neighboring towns, to pay for their friends to borrow money from our reserve bank accounts to purchase their homes and their cars. And those monies were never repaid back to our communities. And so you can see when somebody else, especially a colonial administrator, was placed in a position of authority over our bank accounts and over our funds, the limitations, obviously, that created for our participation in the economy when we have wholesale theft of land and of any monies that we might have within our accounts at the time. And so that's kind of something that has emerged as something I'm noticing in my own research process with our specific claims team. On another note of that, is the ways that our internal economies have developed in relationship to the economies that have surrounded us. And so going back to this huge influx of capital into our community, $116 million given to our community in compensation for a very small town. I don't know if anyone's ever been to Maniwaki, Quebec, but yeah, it's not a big town. That's $116 million for that. When we compare that to the rest of our territory that has been taken and stolen from us, I mean, we're talking a value of billions that has been from our community, not just our nation, our community, that we've no longer had access to develop, to do whatever we want within our territory. And then that 40% was distributed to our community as compensation for those lands and as a settlement. But unfortunately, within our community, we don't really have much economic development. If you work for the band, administration or the health center, that's basically the working class community within our community. There's one or two business owners who I would say, have a monopoly over gas and other kind of staple economies within the community, but there isn't much else. And so that $13,000 that was given to each band member, say, immediately left our community. It was gone. So the second people got that money, it was paying off debts, credit card debts, Visa debts, loans. It was purchasing things from the town and neighboring town, four-wheelers, boats, trailers, trucks, whatever that might look like. And so we saw instantly 40% of $116 million essentially evaporate from our community very quickly. And so that lack of having a really internal economy structured within our own community, I'm speaking from my specific context, is reflective of this larger issue, is that there are times where there's influxes of capital within our community, introduction of capital, and it's been leaving our community quite quickly. And just to touch on this note about land and specific claims, again, I'm going to be kind of going all over the map here, so please bear with me. But just to contextualize things even more for folks when it comes to kind of this access to land theft, access to capital, we're in a hotel right now in Ottawa. We're at the we're at the Delta. The Delta is built on top of a piece of land that somebody paid for from somebody else, that person paid for from somebody else. But at one point in time, somebody was just given this land or took it. They did not pay for it on some level. And they inherited that wealth that they made from selling that land the first time to somebody else. I'm sure there's still a family somewhere benefiting from that inherited wealth on some level to some extent. And then when we consider every plot of land within this city, and we consider that somebody somewhere didn't pay for it originally from the very start of that. And when we really think about that and contextualize it, then we kind of begin to see the level of theft and the level of that kind of destructive relationship that has taken place with our communities. And the head start that most Canadians, that can trace their roots to the early settler colonies here, the head start that they received and the handout, I'm going to use the word handout because that's often utilized in relation to our community, but the handout that early Canadians received to start and build this country, and the handouts that they're still receiving to build this country. And, we can talk about bailouts of certain businesses and certain financial institutions, that there's always been a handout aspect in this country. Now I'm going to bring this back to some of the local work I do around business development within our communities. So I've been working with local entrepreneurs and community for quite a long time to help them develop their business ideas and essentially access capital, to whether that's startup loans, from $10,000 for a small business up to $500,000 for whatever business is. There's some pretty significant issues, and I'm going to speak to the on-reserve reality first and then speak to the urban reality with our investment readiness program that I run. When an individual business owner in a community is kind of seeking, as I mentioned, there isn't somewhat of an internal economy within the reserve system where there's a professional working class in a way, I guess I could call them that, people who work for the band or the local administration. Aside from that, there's not much stable employment within my community outside of seasonal extractive industries like forestry or mining, say. But so if somebody wants to start their own business, they can't access a loan through a traditional financial institution. And if they could access a loan through a financial institution, the relationship that exists between the local financial institutions in our communities, unfortunately, is still, there's still an element and an aspect of racism, an element or an understanding that those spaces are not for Indigenous people, especially visible Indigenous people, going into a bank to access loans, to sit down with somebody and to have that conversation about accessing capital to start a business. In addition, for a lot of loans, you need capital. Sorry, not capital. I'm having a brain fog here. You need collateral, sorry. You need collateral to access the loans. And unfortunately, the way our land regimes are set up in community, I won't say unfortunately, actually, because I think it protects our communities in a lot of ways. But the individual entrepreneur just can't access that through those financial institutions. And so we have, these alternative mechanisms now that are created for entrepreneurs in local communities, but the hurdles they have to jump through to access loans or grants through those systems are pretty significant. And there isn't much being invested in actually, one, making those pools of capital known to entrepreneurs and to business owners, but two, kind of supporting those business owners in accessing those funds. And so, and there's an additional element or aspect to that, which is something I've always pushed, is that our business owners are now being asked to borrow money to start up new endeavors within our community, where all the businesses around us, outside of our community, didn't have to go through those same barriers. A lot of those businesses are inherited over generations around our community. Some of those businesses were built off of our lands, built right on top of our stolen lands, through our stolen monies. And so I do advocate that on some level, there needs to be an injection of non-repayable capital, not loans, but funds to our communities to help business owners through grants to build and develop their businesses. And these need to be accessible outside of traditional financial institutions, outside of institutions that want to make money off of our communities. There's still a very a system created, I think, where people are still capitalizing and making money off of our own development. And so our development is not just seen as an opportunity to build and grow our nations, but by external investors it's being seen as an opportunity to continue to enrich themselves and to grow their pockets off of our developments. And sometimes, the investments aren't really supporting what's needed on the ground. And the last thing I'll talk about, just with regards to this community internal economic development, I talked about the 40% that was distributed to our community members. 60% stayed with our band, and that was put into a trust. Now, a lot of our communities are in court, are receiving settlements, and those funds are going into band trust accounts or different banking or financial institutions. And now communities are faced with the question that we're no longer just receivers of funds, but we're now in a position to invest. And we're in positions to invest in economies, in the economy, the Canadian economy, or in our own local economies. And questions are now emerging: what do we invest in? What do we utilize our money for? What do we want to build? And how do we invest? What's going to guide our investments? I won't talk about what our community is invested in, but there was some issues around how our money was being used and what types of industries they were supporting, and community members were not happy about certain things. And so these questions are now emerging, I think, in ways that really didn't exist historically. When you have communities that have 100, 200, 300, 400 million trust accounts, and they're trying to figure out what to do with that money and how to keep it sustainable in the long term for community. And so these are questions that I think we're engaging with, but I think Dr. Shailene's example, of thinking about how we can structure things with our own values and our own ethical approaches in mind is important. This is a good opportunity now, I think, just to segue into some of the work we were doing as the National Association of Friendship Centers. So we're part of a program called the Investment Readiness Program. We're a funding partner in this program. We're going into our 4th year of the program, and to date, we're going on distributing almost almost $7 million to friendship centers and other urban Indigenous social purpose organizations to develop their own social enterprises. And we've developed a model that I think is reflective of an alternative kind of economic reality or relationship, or alternative way of thinking about economies, about business, and about development within our community. So friendship centers and a lot of other urban Indigenous organizations, or just Indigenous organizations in general, are still sitting at really high thresholds when it comes to our revenue streams. And so we're looking at some places like up to 98% is still just specifically related to federal funding payments. And so as we've seen in the past, policy changes, government changes, sometimes result in those organizations losing all funds, losing access to all funding. And we saw that with when the Conservative government was in place, and the defunding of NAHO and the overnight disappearance of a national health organization. And so, you know, we're kind of trying to think about how we can stay sustainable in those situations where governments change, policies change, directives change, and one of those, we don't want to let government off the hook. We're not saying government needs to stop funding us and we'll fund ourselves through business and economic development, but one aspect of responding to that is by developing our own social enterprises. And so we've developed this model where we provide non-repayable capital, which is important, non-repayable capital, to our organizations to develop businesses that they propose to us. Now, these businesses, we only fund them if they kind of adhere to these three types of principles that we've developed, which are, one, the business has to address a social need. So we don't actually really want to advocate or believe in just doing business for business sake, making money just to make money. But rather, we want to see these social enterprises developed to address a specific need within the community, and I'll talk a little bit about what those look like. The second aspect is that the enterprise itself must have a positive impact in the community. So we don't want to get into businesses that have a negative social impact in the community. We don't want to get into businesses that are controversial or not in line with Indigenous values and ethics. And the last aspect of it is that these businesses have to contribute to the generation of collective wealth within the urban Indigenous community. And so that can look like the redistribution of capital back into the community. That can look like employment programs offered through the business itself, or that can look like those funds returning back to the organization to deliver programs and services to the community, host events for the community. But we want to see that the revenues essentially are not just being kind of held, but they're being redistributed back or sustaining the organization itself. So today, we're going on funding almost 100 different social enterprises across the country, and I'll give a brief example of some of these projects that we funded and you know what they're doing and what the impact of those projects are. There's a number of friendship centers that have now developed their own hotels. They own their own hotels within communities and within community spaces. These hotels aren't just like, it's not the Marriott, it's not the Hilton, obviously, but these are spaces where people wanting to come into town to go to the hospital, to seek certain social services, etc., they can stay for a short term while they're there. Now, historically, what took place is, I'll use examples of my community, more northern remote communities, when they would send people from their communities to Ottawa to, let's say, go to the hospital, get surgery, seek different services. Those folks would often be hosted at privately owned hotels or motels, sometimes in pretty rundown parts of the city, not safe spaces for communities, not safe spaces for vulnerable people. And the band would be paying those hotels, essentially, to host them. And so some of our centers now have said, you know what, we'll take over that. We'll build our own hotels in safer parts of the city, where the people staying there will have access to social services, will have access to culturally relevant services. And for the communities that are paying, instead of spending that money outside of the Indigenous community, pay us, we'll host the people, and that money is going to get reinvested back into the community through that business model. And so we have a number of communities now that have actually developed that business model. They have agreements with local First Nations, and they're building, you know, an internal economy, I would say, where the money from our communities is not leaving our community, but it's staying within our community. And I think we need to be quite unapologetic about that, because sometimes promoting this idea of exclusion or internal economies is like, well, you don't want to participate with the rest of Canada. And as Indigenous communities, I think we should be able to say, no, we don't want to participate with the rest of Canada. We're good. We're going to stay and build our own internal economies. Some other aspects as well, in the Northwest Territories, we have some of our friendship centers who are, obviously, I think we all know with the disappearance of Greyhound and some of these busing services, transportation to more rural and remote places has been a challenge. And so we have some of our friendship centers now that are trying to jump in to address this and say, we'll use our centers as transportation hubs for people within the urban Indigenous community. And so if you need to travel from place to place to place, they're trying to set up transportation services at a very low cost. Mostly the cost is just to sustain the service itself. Yeah, so I mean, these are just some examples of the businesses that are being developed. Another great one, we funded a project in Courtenay, BC. Is my time up? Okay. That was a screen printing studio, and basically we funded them to open up this pretty industrial screen printing studio out of the Friendship Center. They utilized the studio to help local Coast Salish artists produce their art at a lower cost than they would pay other companies. They also produce, for people in the town, T-shirts, like funding drives, any types of advertising things. But the space is also utilized as a place to train local youth in how to use screen printing supplies, how to do industrial screen printing. So they do training programs, but also art programs out of that space. And so we kind of see a dual purpose coming out of there. And the business itself generates pretty healthy revenues that go back into the Friendship Center that are unrestricted funds. So the Friendship Center can use that money any way they want to use that money, and they don't have to report to anybody on how that money is being used, aside from their own members, right? So yeah, that's my talk. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That was a really good overview of the systemic barriers that are still in place and all of the ways that we're trying to combat them. And I'm going to jump into questions. We have about 15 minutes left, just so you know. So, Galihwa Gaylun, and anyone else who wants to answer. Since 2015, Liberal governments have been exceptionally busy on Indigenous policy and law, and Yellowhead Institute found that it's actually been the most busy since Confederation. But despite that, there has not been an economic development strategy developed in this time. So what's the holdup? Why has there been so little focus on this?
It's a good question. There is a lot of activity. Over the last number of years, there's a lot of agencies that have been created. One that deals with land management in a reserve setting. There's another agency that, set of agencies that deal with issues like accessing large-scale loans for large-scale developments and property taxation. You can talk about the relevance of those. They're relevant to those communities who have engaged in those kinds of practices. But dealing with the more difficult items, such as treaty relationship and lands, are a struggle for governments, and they're a struggle for governments of all stripes that we've encountered, at least the ones that we continually have to deal with. I read to you a couple of recommendations from a commission that's almost a report that's almost 30 years old. We haven't made movement on that, or enough movement. We've seen examples, but those real issues of access to land and how to deal with, our appropriate or our visions of appropriate development have not been successfully dealt with in that time, generally.
Yeah, and that's so foundational to everything too, so it's so important. Okay, Shadi, for you, a lot of the discussion around Indigenous economies has been focused on reserve, which you got to talking about a little bit today. But we know that over 50% of Indigenous people live off reserve. So what are the key distinctions here when thinking about urban Indigenous economies?
Yeah, I think the experiences and realities can be quite different, especially given the context of where people are living or what cities they're living in. But I think not just the urban Indigenous economy per se, but urban Indigenous experiences with economic systems and with financial institutions. The experiences can be quite problematic and I guess troubling. Like, we had the example in Vancouver, where the gentleman and his granddaughter were at the bank and essentially had the police called on them for using their status cards as identification. And that's just reflective of a larger picture that there is these institutions, along with a lot of different institutions, and whether that's grocery stores, whether that's malls, whether that's any space where Indigenous people walk into and are followed around by security guards and they're made to feel like their business is, one, not welcome there, that these spaces are not for them, that banks are not places for them, that they're not welcome in those financial institutions. And so I think, and this affects both the urban and the rural context, respectively. But those are some of the experiences. And so these institutions, are not places that we feel like are developed for us to help us or to assist us. Now, the other aspect of that too, in relation to urban Indigenous economic development, the barriers that exist to access to capital on reserve are very similar barriers that exist for Indigenous people accessing capital in the city. And again, that's the relationship of collateral, of ownership of land, of having wealth to build wealth. I wouldn't want to do a show of hands, but I mean, there's a specific segment in this population that inherits wealth, and there's a specific segment in this population that does not inherit wealth. And I'll say, for Indigenous people and newcomer communities, those are specific communities that do not inherit wealth. When my parents pass on, I will probably be getting diddly squat from them because there isn't anything there to hand off. In terms of, I shouldn't say that because I'm sure I'll get something, but I mean, something beneficial to me that, but in terms of an asset that I can utilize to build some kind of wealth within the current structure that we live in, very little. And I think a lot of our community members deal with that. And so those systems then that have been created to address some of those gaps, specifically on reserve and funding agencies and bodies that are trying to address those gaps, there's been and I won't get into a huge critique of a distinctions-based approach, but urban Indigenous peoples have been left out of some of the mechanisms that have been created to respond to some of these issues on reserve. And so urban Indigenous access to pools of funds that, might be specifically reserved for, on-reserve business entrepreneurs or on-reserve business development, we don't necessarily have access to within the cities. And so that kind of limits our ability to participate. And then the competition level in the cities is just really different. And so for Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs, you not only have to deal, if you're starting a business that has some kind of Indigenous focus or spin to it, you also have to deal with the reality that there is still ongoing racism and prejudice towards Indigenous peoples. And so how successful will those businesses be within a climate that is not receptive to Indigenous people generally? And so those are some things to think about. That being said, there are really successful examples within cities of urban Indigenous economic development. You're in Ottawa, I encourage you to go to the Byward Market. There is a social enterprise there that is owned by the Assembly of Seven Generations. There's Indigenous Experiences that has a Matawaki farm on the outskirts of the city where they do all types of cultural tourism, business, and so there's also Beanigan Cafe at Lansdowne, which is an Indigenous-owned cafe. I encourage you all to check out as well. So there are examples of business development and growth in the city as well. Yeah.
Thanks, Shadi. For Shailene, your book is so large in scope and it's covering both traditional Nehiyaw economies and the distortions of colonial dispossession to get to a point of economic resurgence. So I'm wondering you talked about it a little bit, but your what you believe principles of authentic or like traditional economic relationships are today. And then I'm also wondering about if you think those are possible to live alongside the current economic system, or if they're incompatible, and like who does that benefit? Like who do Indigenous economies benefit? Just Indigenous people or everyone?
Thank you. My watch, it's on airplane mode, but it keeps telling me to breathe and stuff. I'm like, what's going on? Thank you so much. Yeah, two things come to mind with that. One is, one of the things I thought through is this idea of colonial dissonance. And who here's heard of cognitive dissonance? Yeah, okay, so we can think of cognitive dissonance, but I think sometimes for Indigenous peoples, we have this colonial dissonance. So we can think of cognition, that dissonance, but we can also think of emotional dissonance, spiritual dissonance, physical dissonance. And so sometimes the complexity is we have these values and principles, and I interviewed different knowledge holders and elders and in my area, and one of the things Sonny talked about is he's like, you know, I hold a sweat lodge, and I have people coming in that are in the resource extraction industry, and they say, I have these teachings that I believe, and then I'm doing this work, and it creates this dissonance in me. And so I think that's one of the complexities that we can talk about. But I also think that in that dissonance, we can see the complexity of it, but it's also a site of creativity and resurgence, that in that uncomfortable space, we can think of really creative ways to do things differently. And I think at that principle base of in each society, thinking of those principles, those can be applied today in a lot of the ways Shadi talked about. And also that there are also other practices that can be really helpful, whether you're living in a more rural area or in a more urban environment. And so talking about on-the-land practices, talking about language camps, talking about getting into those spaces of redistribution of, for example, in my area, we have a mataito, which is a certain type of giveaway that happens when there's snow on the ground, and it reestablishes those relationships between all those different beings. And so those different practices that we can still do, we're still living in a neoliberal kind of hyper-capitalist, late capitalism realm, but they're like salves to that dissonance, and then that can kind of help us think through that ways and have that creativity to also imagine a different future where some of the really negative aspects of capitalism and colonialism can be maybe overturned.
Thank you, that was amazing, an amazing answer. So I have a question that's kind of on the same topic as that for everyone to answer. So how do we retain our values as Indigenous people in the midst of a resource rush, from mining to housing developments that we're expected to participate in? There are many advocating for economic reconciliation, but what does that mean in our own communities, according to you? So we can start with you, if you'd like, or whoever wants to speak first, actually.
Okay. Those are challenges faced by each community and nation, right? Ultimately, the community has to be empowered to be able to address that at some level. So that's a first step. So the question we ask ourselves is, what is the relationship between our identity and any kind of change that might occur to our community? And if it's a specifically a large-scale economic enterprise, what does that do to us mentally, spiritually, physically, emotionally? And to ask ourselves that question. We have in one of the Mohawk communities, we have a framework that was developed that helps us think about that, around what's the impact of our actions on the people people around us, our family structures, our community structures, Mother Earth, the waters, everything that moves and grows, and we name them. So what's the impact on each of those beings from our actions, not only now, but for the next 7 generations going forward? And so if we ask ourselves that and we engage in that deliberation, then we start to assess what the impact will be on us.
I think for me, it's having mechanisms for community accountability to hold whatever process or business activity or economic development activity you're participating in, to have something embedded within your governance structure that one can guide that, and two can hold you accountable when you step out of line. A lot of our traditional governance structures had those embedded within them, and I think some of our organizations now and nations are trying to figure out ways to reconstitute that. As an example, our organization at the national level, we have a Senate that is composed of the elders within our Friendship Center movement, some of the early founders of our centers that hold the movement accountable to the values and principles of the movement, to what it was established and what it was meant to do. We also have a youth council as well that holds us accountable to help us think about how our actions and our work is going to impact generations to follow, and to ensure that we have that inclusion and that voice within there as well, along with our regular, in addition to our regular governance structure. I also think outlining the values and ethics of the community itself as derived from those governance structures and accountability mechanisms is really important, to clearly indicate what you will and won't engage with as a community or as an organization, and to make those principles and those statements really clear and to not be vague about them. If you're not going to engage with extractive industries, say we're not going to engage with extractive industries, and that's something we just don't want to make money off of. If you don't want to engage in this, that, or the, you know what I mean? It's just, it's very easy to lose focus and thinking towards community and why you're actually doing this work in the end. So.
Yeah, and drawing on what the other two panelists said, I think there's some really interesting models being developed by Indigenous communities and nations and Indigenous organizations that push the boundaries of what wealth means, and kind of provide more holistic frameworks for thinking about how we think through community development. And and so we could think of even those conversations about GDP, and are those the appropriate measures? Or there's a book about wellness, and thinking about what wellness means instead of these different indicators, and thinking about, I'm thinking about other models that talk explicitly about those different values to the environment, those different values of the self, and explore that at an individual, at a family, at a community, and at a nation level. And when they're doing that long-term planning, thinking through what are those different implications when we are doing different economic development, or when we're doing different types of community building, how will those be implicated? And then it's also a measurement tool to see, okay, we did this 5 years ago, how are we on all these different 16 different indicators, and what are those areas that are out of balance that we need to think about?
Thank you so much, everyone. I think we're at the end now. And I don't think we have any time for questions, but there's an option on the app to submit them, and we can see if we can just respond to you later on. Like, I could do that, not you guys. I won't put that work on you. So thank you so much for listening, and we hope that this was an informative session for you on Indigenous perspectives. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists. We're often left out of these conversations and lumped into categories without an understanding of our unique needs and perspectives and relationships. So if there's anything that we can leave you with, it's that Indigenous people should always be centered in conversations that relate to our economic relationships.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Bonjour! Alors, élu municipal de la Ville de Montréal, c'est un immense plaisir pour moi de vous présenter nos prochains conférenciers. As an elected official in the town of Montreal, it's a huge pleasure for me to introduce you to our next panelist. Valérie Plante est une femme pour qui j'ai une admiration immense. Elle a été mairesse de Montréal en 2017 pour la première fois, défaisant ainsi Denis Coderre. Et comme vous le savez sûrement, elle a été réélue mairesse de Montréal en 2021, défaisant Denis Coderre pour la deuxième fois, et cette fois-ci avec une victoire plus nette encore. Elle est aussi une ancienne membre du conseil d'administration de l'Institut Broadbent et a été MC plusieurs fois à ce sommet. Profondément engagée pour la démocratie participative, les priorités de Valérie et de son équipe sont l'amélioration du transport en commun, l'habitation et la transition écologique. Elle travaille très fort, croyez-moi, pour voir des améliorations majeures dans nos 19 arrondissements. Nous allons accueillir également David Miller, maire de Toronto de 2003 à 2010, qui est actuellement le directeur général de C40, le Centre pour la politique climatique et l'économie des villes. Sous sa direction, Toronto a fait l'admiration du monde entier pour son leadership en matière d'environnement, son dynamisme économique et ses réussites en matière d'intégration sociale. Il est l'ardent promoteur d'une économie urbaine durable. So I'm thrilled to bring onto the stage Valérie Plante and David Miller. A good round of applause.
Bonjour tout le monde. Hello everyone. Happy to be here. Hello Mr. Miller.
Bonjour tout le monde. Hello everyone. Happy to be here. Bonjour Madame Plante.
Bonjour.
So, mon cher Valérie, votre première élection a eu lieu en 2017, lorsque vous vous êtes présenté avec un programme très progressiste. Et en tant que candidate rivale d'une députée sortante expérimentée. Puis, 4 ans après votre première élection, vous avez obtenu encore plus de votes, plus de 50% du total. That's a lot, by the way. Enfin, vous avez gagné un référendum sur votre premier mandat. J'ai 2 questions à vous poser. Premièrement, quelles sont vos valeurs fondamentales? Quelles sont les motivations profondes qui ont inspiré votre programme et convaincu les gens de croire en vous?
Merci beaucoup. Et je le disais tout à l'heure, c'est vraiment un grand plaisir de me retrouver sur scène au sommet sur le progrès de l'Institut Broadbent et d'être avec David Miller, l'ancien maire de Toronto avec qui je travaille au niveau international, au niveau des questions climatiques. And it's always a pleasure to share the stage with you, David. Pour répondre à la question, quelles sont les valeurs profondes derrière mon engagement comme politicienne, et bien sûr comme mairesse? Je dirais que c'est d'avoir une ville verte et inclusive. Pour moi, verte, bien sûr, on parle bien sûr de toute la question de la transition. C'est tellement vaste, hein? C'est autant au niveau du transport, de l'équité territoriale quand il est question des espaces verts, de l'accès à la nature, de la protection des berges et protection de la biodiversité. C'est aussi tout ce qui touche adapter nos infrastructures et maximiser le transport actif. Mais je dois dire une chose, David, c'est que quand ces valeurs-là, pour moi, elles sont importantes, bien sûr, mais ce qui m'a permis de l'emporter, c'est aussi d'être issu d'un parti politique, Projet Montréal, qui, lui, avait réussi à mobiliser, hein, à faire vraiment le movement building, a very strong positioning, et a toujours bien réussi à mobiliser la population qui savait quelles étaient les valeurs de Projet Montréal. So, quand je suis devenue la chef du parti, j'ai décidé de prendre le côté vert du parti, but then to add on it the social justice that was crucial to me. Whatever change, however we want to move forward, yes, we need to do the ecological transition and everything else, but we have to always have in mind social justice. That is crucial to me. This is what I decided to bring as the new leader of the party, and then I became mayor, and now people know exactly what the vision is, what are the values, and I think this is one of the reasons why I got successful the second time.
Well, I think that's a question that I'd like to explore, and I think people at Progress would really like to explore that. C'est quoi la recette pour générer un plus large momentum dans la deuxième fois? Qu'avez-vous appris au premier mandat?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because we got elected, we were really proud, but there was a lot of things to learn. We were a very green and progressive party. I would say probably that didn't happen that so often in Montreal before, a few times, but so there was a lot to do, and what I decided to, during our first mandate, I wanted to demonstrate to Montrealers that I'm a pragmatic, though I have this very strong vision. I wanted them to trust me in understanding where I'm going, being very clear, communicating exactly where I'm moving forward. Again, having this green and inclusive city, a place where no one is left behind, where everybody has a house to live in, where I haven't accomplished everything, but still, having those words in mind and sharing them. And so with the second mandate, what I wanted to going into the second election, I also wanted to demonstrate trademark. And this is where my most popular example is probably the cycling highways that I've done in the city. One that goes through the city. Imagine Yonge Street in Toronto, and that becomes well, there's still places for cars, but we took some lines out, so we would do highways for bikes, and it totally transformed that huge avenue, that symbolic avenue, and at the beginning, people were furious. It didn't make any sense to them. We would kill the street and all the merchants, and why do we do this for bikes? But while I was talking and explaining and demonstrating why we're moving forward with this, as an example, well, now it's a huge success, and nobody questions anymore why we transformed that street, and we decided to better share the street, because that's what it is, right? It's not about being so much anti-cars than about pro-humans, different types of options when it comes to moving around in the city. Maybe you're in your car, maybe you're in the bus, maybe you're in the bike, maybe you're walking. And so it was a big symbol, a big trademark. And going into the second mandate, people were like, okay, we know she's going to do more of that. And we're okay with it. Or at least people that didn't like it, I don't think they voted for me. Or at least I don't think they like me more. But the people that saw how much it transformed the street and the mobility around it and the security of the most vulnerable of our streets, they said, like, let's go for it. So I think clear vision, being pragmatic, governing for everybody as well, which is also a big takeaway.
You're always the mayor of all the people.
Yes, you're right, right?
And I think this is the truth. And what I find interesting about the example of the bike highways is it's real. Yeah. It's very real and tangible. It's not just talk, it's action.
Yeah.
So, which raises a question. Before you became the head of the party, before you became the mayor, you were an activist.
Yes.
Lots of activists in this room, activists all over the country. And activists often say they exist to say truth to power. So you live that life of saying truth to power, but now you're power. So how do you balance that? And how do you deal with the challenges and the political reality that sometimes even when you have power, it's difficult to make progress as fast as you might like as an activist?
Well, you're right. There are challenges related to coming from this past of being an activist, coming from the civil society, and now being a politician, being the mayor. I think there's challenges, but there's also amazing opportunities. And for me, it's been really rich coming from that movement, understanding how important civic society is, how important organizations, whatever your union or working for different human rights, it is so crucial, and that the job of that movement is to push as much as possible. And now that I'm mayor, understanding how important it is, but also I said I'm the mayor of all Montrealers, right? Of all my constituents or all citizens. So yes, so I have to do compromises. But for me, what I find is interesting is how do we make sure that in the, how do we bring people with us in those changes that needs to be done? And maybe later on we'll talk about the challenge of being a city in a country where other level of governments have a lot to say about different things, because that's also an element. But to me, again, it's understanding how everybody has a role to play, and I do have a role to play, and it's about sharing the vision, having concrete example, and mobilizing for other level of governments to also embark when it comes to climate change, for example, embark into this journey of moving faster and forward, because most of the time at the local level, we're ready to go even faster, and we need to bring everybody together.
I think one thing I found that was a gift of the office of the mayor, and I think your comments illustrate this, is that all the different threads come across your desk.
It's true.
In a way that they don't for anybody else. And it allows, if you use that power and responsibility wisely, it allows you to build a very clear vision that the people will be with you because they see their part in it. And it's a very powerful thing, your comment about the bike lanes. People know this is where you come from and who you are. So it's authentic and strong in that way.
You're right, and at the same time, I mean, again, having this this executive power and being able to make decisions that change people's life, I think one of my strongest assets is that I've been able to also listen to what people say or think that may not be in the same direction of what I think. Let's take the bike path again. Though it was clear for us that it's a good idea for so many reasons. Mostly security of the most vulnerable over the streets, but then it's about active transport, greening more the city, all these things. But then having comments from parents or people that say, for me, I need to drive my kids to school. Transport. What do I do about handicap zones? What about there's a hospital there? You know, these concerns are valid. And for me, that's also been very important, though I know where I'm going and where I want to lead the city, and that most of the population are ready for those changes when it affects your day-to-day life. And then when often some of the people, for economic reasons or because there's a lot of mobility options or different reasons, it's important to hear what they have to say. And that's my job. And maybe from an activist perspective, maybe we're less into this. But my position as mayor is to listen to everybody, because I believe that every experience is valid. And then how do I make a compromise and keep the value moving forward?
It's very well said, Mayor, and it's been my view for a long time that the most important political skill is actually listening. And I think a group of advocates should be encouraged by that, because there is, in some governments, advocates aren't listened to. And it's one of the gifts of a local government, to me, that there are structures that allow the voice of the people to engage really strongly. Do you find, my experience with the advocacy groups is, for the most part, they were tremendously helpful while I was in office. For example, in Toronto, we did real progress on our pesticides bylaw based on Hudson, Quebec, by the way, because in part of tremendous work the Toronto Environmental Alliance had done organizing people on the ground to speak up about the health impacts of this environmental issue. And eventually Ontario changed the law to make Toronto's program province-wide because these local activists had worked hand in hand with us at City Hall, including with the office of the mayor. Is that how things work in Montreal also?
Absolutely. You're right. I think this, because we're at the first level, we're at the forefront, we have this connection with a lot of communities, a lot of groups, and I think it's a great way to hear what they have to say. I think one great example for Montreal would be that there was a group of people that asked for consultation on systemic racism and discrimination. And we decided to, the city said, yes, people want to talk about this. Let's make a huge consultation. And what came out of there was a recommendation. And the city and the mayor of Montreal and myself, we decided to right away go with the different recommendation. The first one was to say, the City of Montreal recognized that there is systemic discrimination and racism, knowing that by saying that there would be other actions to be done. And I'm really proud of that because I believe that cities are able to influence and show and lead the way to some social issues, and that's a very specific issue, but I don't think like maybe 50 or 100 years ago we would have positioned ourselves on such a social issue, but that's what cities do now. We are part of change. We are part of, bringing some social issues forward because we know what's going on in people's life. It's in such a clear way. So for me, the systemic racism and discrimination was important to position the City of Montreal as let's move forward, let's identify, let's work on the systemic, things that needs to be changed, and it's huge. But I'm really proud of that, and it's because of the civic society also that brought this issue forward, saying we need, this needs to be recognized, and let's work, let's be honest, let's be uncomfortable, because it is not always comfortable, but let's move forward on this issue.
I don't think we have to go back 50 years, very sadly, to find governments
right.
across Canada that would not take the same position. I think you should be proud of that work and that position and recognizing and calling out an issue for what it is. So I think that also illustrates the power that cities have. And I wanted to maybe spend a few minutes on another critical issue facing us, which is climate change. Montreal's a leader on this issue. There's wonderful civil society organizing in Montreal, Climat Montréal, and Montreal's also part of national and international movements of cities. And I wondered if you could speak about, in our context in Canada, where federal governments, provincial governments, and city governments share the work in tackling complex issues like climate change, what, from your perspective, is the role of cities in creating the necessary change, and how must and can cities move us all forwards in addressing this issue?
Well, again, I think when it comes to climate change, because those changes affects people in their day-to-day life, whatever it's through, awful things like flooding or heat waves, and it happens to people in our cities, in our communities, in our streets. So again, the cities are at the forefront of those issues. So how do I think we have a big role to play, and we're way more flexible and agile. I think we have a capacity, us cities, to act promptly and to come up with innovation. and innovative ideas. So not only do we need to push forward those ideas, but again, how do we make sure and influence the other level of governments where we know that they have, you know, when it comes to climate change, I mean, there's so much I can do. I can change bylaws. I can buy lands to, you know, make green spaces. There's tons of things I can do, but at a certain point, it's also about funding, about resources, about the power to influence, and this is where city needs to be heard better. But then when we organize in different network, and I'm really proud to be part of the C40 network, and this is where we know each other because Mr. Miller here works at the C40, and C40 is actually cities around the world, big cities, working together, talking and acting on climate change in a very concrete way and challenging each other. And making sure that even if at other levels of government they're not maybe acting like we wish they would, we are, and we're pushing the agenda.
So I think it's worth elaborating a bit for people, because Montreal has done some really progressive things, and I'm a believer in C40. That's why I joined. It uses the actions and the voices of the mayors of the world major cities, including Montreal, to help the world avoid climate breakdown. You've been a leader on net zero buildings. Can you speak about Montreal's policy, just to give people a sense of the concrete measures that are making change in your city today that allow you, as the mayor, to have a strong voice, and anything about that, about how it works and why it will work?
Absolutely. So we know that most of the emission comes from transport. So of course we're acting on that, but we're close, when it comes to transport, we're closely connected to the provincial and federal because of the financial resources, right? But then the other big émetteur after transport.
Oui, c'est ça. Oui.
Yeah.
C'est correct.
See, the other big one is how we that's a difficult one. Decarbonize.
Je ne sais pas sûr.
Decarboniser all the buildings and houses in Montreal, and that's where a lot of emissions are being created. So, and we can act on this, the City of Montreal. So we've changed bylaws. We have programs to support businesses. We are committed to reduce our emissions also at the City of Montreal with all of our buildings. So this is something we can show leadership, and now we're influencing other cities in Quebec and even in Canada, because it was important for me to make sure that Montreal set the tone and, again, influence in a positive way and be a leader. And this is why I was so proud. I have to say that we received the COP15 in Montreal in last December, where we finally had an agreement for biodiversity, the Kunming-Montreal Agreement. And again, working with the C40 and other cities around the world, pushing the agenda is really, really important. And I'm proud that we are leaders, the City of Montreal around the world, but the work needs to continue. But then I do have a question for you, David, because since you were the mayor of the City of Toronto and now you're related to climate change, what do you feel, what was the learning from being mayor and now working in this with the C40? What do you feel like has been, how have you been able to contribute in a very concrete way, taking that knowledge, being close to people, knowing communities, all these things, how was that able to, how did you transfer that?
It's sort of like I've gone from being a mayor to being an activist.
Yeah, there you go.
Although Toronto does need a pretty good mayor at the moment. I think this is a really interesting issue, Mayor, and I part every day by what I see internationally, including from countries in the global south, cities in the global south, who are doing tremendous things across program on waste management, which is where most of the emissions in an African country typically come from, how they manage waste, because all their informal dump sites is incredible. And it's also working to give the most desperate people decent jobs at the same time, which is the magic, I think. And so I want to put this back to you for our last question, because you mentioned COP15. And we began our conversation talking about your journey from an activist to mayor. And we talked about engaging very locally with people on the ground, listening to them while making positive change, not just saying it, making it. And we've ended up internationally. And maybe you could comment a little bit. You have a role with ICLEI, you're a vice chair of C40. You hosted the COP Biodiversity Summit. For people who don't know, the cities there actually signed an agreement under Mayor Plante's leadership before the national governments. You showed the way. Very important. You're on the leadership board of the Mayor's Migration Council. You're the vice president of Mayor. Why do cities work together internationally? Why does it matter? And you've got the last word before we have to wrap up.
Thank you. I think it matters for two main reasons. The first one, like I was saying earlier, is that cities, we have the capacity to mobilize different population or constituents, I think, faster. And when it comes to climate change, having this lens of social justice, I think we're in a great position to mobilize people around that and to create change in a positive way. I mean, it's on a day-to-day, it's not always easy, those decisions, but we have this ability to bring people together. The other reason also is that we're in a time where often diplomacy at the international level, at the state levels, can be difficult, can be fragile, and I think we're definitely seeing that. And I find that cities can play an interesting role because we do have relations cities to cities, and sometimes we're able to connect on some fronts, not having the global perspective, though we're definitely connected to the global perspective as well. But I do think that we're able to play a very interesting role in connecting cities to cities in a worldwide, diplomatic perspective. And finally, I do feel that we're the local governments. We are. And people are, I wouldn't say they depend on us, but they're looking after us. And we can see how mayor play an important role in cities where people are hoping, and what they want is to have mayors that have a vision, that have aspiration, that are listening. And I think it's really important for citizens. So I also see myself and all the mayors as being able to really bring the voice of everybody forward in different forums. I'm here today. When I'm at the international level, we bring different voices as well. But it is important. So hopefully, what I want is all the other level of governments to follow the lead of cities when it comes to climate change, when it comes to the housing crisis, when it comes to transportation. It is so important. That's what we want, and social justice.
Mayor Plante, eloquent as always. Montreal is so lucky to have you, and the people know it because they so overwhelmingly endorsed you. Thank you for your leadership locally. Thank you for your leadership on the environment, on climate change, on social justice, on housing, on health, on so much more. And thank you for your leadership nationally and internationally. I could hear you talk forever, but unfortunately, we have to go.
Thank
Mayor
you.
Valérie Plante.
Thank you, David. And enjoy the end of the summit.
Merci beaucoup Valérie et David pour cette passionnante discussion. Merci à Valérie d'avoir pris du temps dans son horaire très occupé pour venir avec nous aujourd'hui. C'est toujours inspirant de savoir ce qui se passe à Montréal.
Cities can play such a meaningful role in addressing many of the issues we're dealing with, like climate change, affordability, and housing. they can really support the decommodification of affordable dwellings, rather than expecting for-profit corporations to take the initiative.
So we will invite you for a very, very short 5 minutes break, just the time to rearrange the scene, and we'll welcome you back in the room in 5 minutes. Vous le savez trop bien, le prix des logements est un facteur majeur de l'inflation que l'on connaît aujourd'hui. Durant les dernières années, on a vu le prix des logements augmenter sans cesse. Trouver un logement décent est de plus en plus difficile et les salaires n'augmentent pas assez vite. Les investissements privés dans le logement ont accéléré sans cesse, mais les différents paliers de gouvernement ont diminué leurs investissements depuis les années 1990. Increasing the policy supply is a policy option touted by all policymakers of all political stripes. But is building more simply enough for a progressive vision that makes housing a human right?
Here to dive into the housing affordability crisis and what governments can do to address it is Sahai Carter. Sahai completed her 2022 to 2023 Urban Alliance on Race Relations Youth Policy Fellowship placement with the Broadman Institute. Let's welcome Sahai.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you everyone for being with me here today. I am so excited to talk to you about a paper that I wrote on the financialization of housing in Ontario and policy options for addressing housing affordability. So to give a bit of my name is Sahai Carter, and I live in the city of Toronto, which is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Wendat peoples. I recently graduated from the University of Ottawa, and as a young person, as a recent graduate, housing affordability is a major concern for me, and I think it is for many of us in the room. We know that it's an issue, and thankfully, we have a lot of great people who are doing a lot of work to solve this issue. But as I looked into housing affordability, one thing that I noticed is that the conversation was very focused on increasing supply. We need to build more. I agree with that. I think it's very important. But I wonder if there's some other considerations that might be missing from the discussion. Housing affordability is a complex issue. It involves a lot of actors, from builders to everyday people, many different levels of government, and there's many different policies that need to be done to address it, including zoning and interest rates. But my paper has a bit more of a narrow focus. It focuses on the province of Ontario, but I do think that there's things that apply to across Canada and maybe even across the globe. It focuses on the provincial government and local governments, but most importantly, it focuses on residential real estate investment. As I looked at the state of housing, I had to wonder who is making bids on houses that are $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 above asking price. Who is setting rents at such astronomical rates? And how do they have the ability to do this? And thankfully, there's been research that's come out from Statistics Canada and from the CMHC that shows that real estate investment has rapidly increased in the past few years, and at the same time as the increase in housing and affordability. To the point where almost 40% of new condominium units in Ontario are owned by real estate investors. That's, an insane amount of the stock, and it's a lot of new condos, things that would normally be going to recent graduates, to seniors who are looking to downsize, and to generally lower income people, that's being instead taken up by wealthier investors. But before I go any further, I'd like to talk about who is an investor. So Statistics Canada kind of defines three categories. There are non-investors, people who just own and live in their home. There are investor occupants, which is someone who owns one property with multiple units. So this could be someone who owns a triplex and rents out two of the units, or even just someone who rents out a basement apartment. And lastly, there are investors. This is someone who owns more than one property that is not their primary residence. And this paper and this discussion is focused on that last category. I make this distinction because it's important to consider the role of housing in Ontario. Housing is a place to live, but it's also, a symbolic symbol, and it's also just really important for financial stability, for generating wealth, and for passing down wealth. So keeping that in mind and keeping in mind the importance of home ownership and, the different types of housing that's available to people is always important as I go through this discussion. But coming back to solutions, as I began to look at housing and affordability, And as we begin to tackle this issue and consider building more housing, I think it's really important to consider access to housing and the function of housing. I think we can all agree that housing is a human right, but I don't think it's always treated as such. And if we want to build more housing and make sure that we actually address unaffordability, there needs to be more additional policy changes in order to ensure that housing goes to the people who really need it the most. One great thing is that there's a lot of jurisdictions in Canada and across the globe that are doing really amazing work to address real estate investment and housing unaffordability issues. And I've looked towards some of these jurisdictions to see what's being done, what's working and what isn't, and what Ontario can learn from these many places. So when it comes to addressing real estate investment, the paper's kind of split into two tracks, and this first one is about three main policy areas where changes can be made immediately in order to reduce the negative impacts of real estate investment and reduce the number of real estate investors in the market. The first area concerns tax policies, and a number of different policies in order to decrease the incentives to buy additional properties just for investment purposes, and also generate some revenue that can be put back towards the community. One main one in this area is expanding speculation taxes. Right now in Ontario, foreign buyers have an additional tax rate if they're trying to purchase, and there's some ban on foreign buyers nationally. But to be honest, most real estate investors are not foreign. They are local people, they are Canadians, and if we want to tackle issues of real estate investment, it has to address Canadian investors as well. Second area considers vacant homes taxes. This has already been implemented in the City of Toronto and has seen some success in Vancouver and in BC. And this is a great way to open up more units available for rentals. And the last one is expanding rent control. We in Ontario are fortunate to already have a decent rent control system that really does protect a lot of tenants, but it can be expanded. It can be expanded to newer units that have been excluded, and it can be expanded to be more so tied to units rather than tenants, because right now, as soon as a tenant vacates a unit, there's no limits on how much a rent can be increased, and that does really drive up prices quickly. I think that all of these solutions here are really important, and they can drive, kind of rapid and immediate change that's needed in order to reduce the current pressure and give people access to housing right now. But I don't think that it's going to create the long-term change that we need for a financially sustainable housing market. And that's why the second part of the paper addresses social housing. Social housing in Ontario and in North America more generally, or public housing, has a very negative connotation. It's considered to be unsafe, unsanitary. I think there's a lot of racial bias and xenophobia associated with public housing, but public housing doesn't have to be a bad thing. At its most basic definition, public housing is housing that is owned, cooperatively or publicly, and that is not designed to turn a profit. So with a robust system of public housing, it's possible to provide housing as a right without people who are looking to make a profit from it, and that can be really, really important. But in order for large-scale public housing to work, there's a couple of things that need to be kept in mind. To counter negative perceptions, and also design and provide high-quality public housing. It should be, aesthetically pleasing. It should be comfortable and safe, and it should be built in accessible and walkable neighborhoods. And public housing can really give people a chance to have a stake in their housing. For those who can't afford to buy, or for those who just don't want to buy, because not everyone wants to own and manage their own home, public housing gives people a chance to have a say in where they live, how it's run, and how it's built. Looking across the globe, we know that public housing can work. Vienna, Austria is kind of the model for public housing, where more than 60% of residents live in public housing, and they have many different models for this. There are cooperative options. There's also public housing that's built and managed by non-for-profit companies, and those that are actually directly owned and managed by the government. And these different models work together to provide a lot of access to affordable and high-quality housing for Viennans. So, as I mentioned before, this is a really complex issue. There's no single solution towards creating housing affordability. And these policies need to work together. We can implement taxes and use that revenue to start building public housing. These things happen at the same time, and they should happen at the same time as we consider zoning policies and how we're going to build more and how we're going to work on construction practices and approvals. These things all go together, And I believe that combating the financialization of housing in Ontario is a really important step towards creating a sustainable, accessible, and affording housing system for everyone. So thank you so much for having me here today, and I'm looking forward to our panel to continue hearing about solutions towards addressing this housing affordability issue that's affecting all of us.
Thank you so much, Tahai, for that very thoughtful presentation. So now there will be a response panel, and to moderate and introduce the other panelists, I invite Jeremy Withers to the stage. Jeremy is the Research and Outreach Coordinator for the University of Toronto School of Cities Affordable Housing Challenge project, and he's also a PhD candidate in the Department of Geography and Planning. His research focuses on local governments' use of housing and planning policies to protect and expand access to affordable housing.
Okay, hello everyone. We've got a great panel here to kind of broaden the discussion and talk about some of the key factors that are driving up the price of housing and how we can address them, what kind of policies we need. But before we do so, I just want to thank Sahai for that excellent presentation. I think so often when we talk about how to expand access to affordable housing, the conversation really quickly turns to the question of how to build more supply, what kind of new supply is needed to meet that rise in demand that's driving up the price of housing. But this report reminds us of an important fact, which is that a fast-growing share of that demand for housing is coming from a small group of wealthy investors who are able to leverage existing portfolios of housing and outbid prospective homeowners. And if you want to understand the decline in the rate of home ownership over the last 10 years, it's a pretty important factor. So just for example, in the city of Toronto, for all of the housing that's been built over the last 10 years, over the last decade, for home ownership, just over half of that housing is being bought up by investors and is now non-owner occupied. And so, I think this raises a very serious question about who is going to be able to attain the 3.5 million new units that the federal government is committing to. In the absence of decision makers taking seriously the kind of policy options that Sahai's report are recommending of us. But at this point, we want to. I'm excited to kind of bring in this panel to think about a broader discussion about some of the key factors that are driving up the price of housing. And excuse me, I'll just begin by introducing. We have on the far left Mike Moffat, who is a senior director for the Smart Prosperity Institute. We have Dil Poir, who is government relations for the Canadian Real Estate Association. We have Col Salem, who is the chairperson for the Squamish Nation Council, they're involved in some very interesting housing projects, which I hope we're going to hear more about. And we have Carolyn Weitzman, and Carolyn is the expert advisor to the Housing Assessment Resource Tool, which is a project out of UBC. And she is also a housing and social policy researcher affiliated with the University of Ottawa. So I'm just going to start out by asking a broad question, and I want each of you to comment on what you see as the key factors that are driving up the price of housing, price of ownership housing, such that a growing majority of residents are unable to afford ownership. But at the same time, what are key factors that are driving up the price of rent to a level that's become unaffordable for so many? So Mike, can we start with you, please?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, and thanks everyone for being here. So I think how we can start by answering this question is looking at prices across the country and asking ourselves, okay, why is it that Windsor, Ontario has higher prices than Montreal? Why is it that Woodstock, Ontario has higher prices than Calgary? And Tillsonburg, we all know from the Stomp and Tom song, has higher prices than Edmonton. So I think we need to look at this from a geographic point of view, because we're not seeing prices go up at the same rate across the country. And it becomes pretty clear pretty quickly that the places where real estate is expensive and going up the most are the places where the population is growing faster than the housing stock. Full stop. We ask ourselves, okay, well, why is it that we have, a decline in ownership? Well, in the province of Ontario, since 2015, we have added 400,000 non-permanent residents. These are international students and graduates and some temporary foreign workers. And, you add a large population of people who want to rent, that's going to give you, that's going to change those figures. And we've also just kind of decided as a society that we don't want them buying property. We're putting in foreign buyers taxes and bans and things like that. So, we're increasing the population of non-permanent residents, we're banning them from buying, and then we're wondering, why do we have so many renters? Why do we have so many investors who are buying up properties to rent them out? Well, it's not tough to figure out that we need more housing. If we're going to grow our economy this way, if we're going to increase international enrollments, and I think that's a good thing. I'm a university professor. I teach a lot of these students. They're fantastic people. We need to make sure that we have enough housing for them. And that's why we're seeing such investor demand to buy up properties, because there are so many people in this country who want to rent, who legally have to rent, because we're banning them from owning property. Well, we need to make sure that we have the rental properties available for them.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Dill.
And thank you so much. So just building upon that, I hate to boil it down to basics, but the truth of the matter is that it is really simply economics 101, right? Supply and demand. The truth is that we do have a shortage of housing in this country. And Jeremy, to your point, no one's actually committed to building that 3.5 million. We've just identified the problem. So that means that we do have a shortage in this country of 3.5 million units of housing. And to build on Mike's point, demand is continuing to go up across the country, right? So unless we can do something to put a dent in that 3.5 million that we need across this country, those housing prices, both in the rental and the market space, will continue to go up, right? And so the truth is that really is the crux of the problem. And the truth is that that's what we need. We need innovation in the housing space. We need to be able, right now, we can currently only build 500,000 units of housing per year. We have given it our utmost best to try to build more, and we've built 50,000 more. So that 50,000 more that we've built this year is not enough to put a dent in the 3.5 million units of housing that we're missing across this country. And so really, that's what it boils down to. What do we need to do to build those 3.5 million units that are missing across this country? And so.
Go ahead, Kalsana.
Thank you. Appreciate the question. And so there's from my sense of it, there's a confluence of a few things. I mean, the housing shortage, I think, is very true, and it's a very accurate description of the challenges. And just as not to belabor the point too much, because I think it's already been raised by the previous two, but just as an example, I just had to look at my phone because I don't have access to a printer anymore. I'm a millennial. So Vancouver in the 1970s, and I'm very BC-based and Vancouver-based in most of my analysis, but because that's where I was raised and I grew up and most of my work is. But in Vancouver in the 1970s, from 1970 to 1979, Vancouver had an average of 12.8 housing construction completions per 1,000 residents. In the 2010s, in the last decade, it was 7.7. That means that there were 66 more completions per capita in the 1970s. In total numbers, Vancouver averaged 18,000 completions in a year in 2010s. But if Vancouver had been building at the same rate as the 1970s, it would have been completing 31,000. So you add that difference of 10 years, just the 10 years, That's a difference of 125,000 units that weren't built if we were building at the same rate we were building at in the 70s. And the truth of the matter, and it's Jill Atke, who is the CEO for the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, makes this point that the majority of affordable housing in Canada and in BC is privately owned. It's a lot of rental that was built in the 1970s with federal assistance, but privately owned, developer-built rental 50 years ago that's now deeply affordable. And we're not building enough of that same type of housing today that's going to become the affordable housing in 20 or 30 years as well, depending on a lot of circumstances. So that's, one of the points. But the other one that I think often doesn't get talked about enough and as a reality is in the 1980s and 90s, housing markets in the hot places like the urban centers and the suburban areas were not seeing 20% value increases on property and on land the way we have seen in the last decade, when interest rates were 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17%. So the federal fiscal policy to drop interest rates over the last decade, and it's not just Canada, around the world, has churned a lot of places into very expensive markets. And Vancouver, Toronto, a lot of other cities around the world are struggling with the same challenges at different scales. And now we're also seeing sort of movement and migration patterns also start to affect areas and markets that previously wouldn't be thought of as, oh, that's a really expensive place to live, or housing is going up in those areas because people are bleeding out into the places where it's a little bit more accessible for them to get into. So there's a couple of pieces there. One is the interest rate policy has a direct impact on supply and demand and who has access to capital and how cheap that capital is to be able to deploy it in certain ways. And then the other challenge, the flip side of that, is we have a land use policy by and large through most of the country that focuses on using one of the most expensive forms of housing that houses the fewest amount of people per square foot with single detached housing in most of our cities. Toronto, Vancouver, et cetera, are included in this. Vancouver, although most people might think of it as, oh, they're building a lot of towers, it's condos everywhere, Vancouver is build, build, build. Reality is 80% of Vancouver is zoned mostly for single detached housing. And we focus a lot of high-rise development in greenfield and brownfield areas, former industrial lands or government lands, and we still practice that policy. Or we focus on mid-range development on very polluted arterials to protect the single detached homeowners so that they don't have to experience any form of density. So the land use question is part of the problem. The interest rates contribute to that problem. And then I think the political sort of economy around housing and housing issues, and in terms of kind of pointing a little bit towards a solution, is that most of our provinces have set up arrangements in terms of municipal governance that largely give cities powers to build cities as we built them in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. Cities in Canada do not have the powers that they need in the 21st century to build the cities that we need for the 21st century. And so that, all of those things, in my mind, contribute to the factors that lead to rents going up 20, 30% year over year, housing prices going up massively in some of these very constrained markets. So I think those are the factors that I think about when I think about this problem.
Thank you. Go ahead, Carly.
Look, you're not going to hear very much change in from what I have to say. I'm just going to approach things from a slightly different perspective, which is a social policy perspective. There's a basic rule about social policy. If you've got an essential good, whether it be education, whether it be healthcare, whether it be housing, you either, as a government, need to provide it directly, or at the very least, you need to steer it. So if you were providing health care and you decided, because you're a good neoliberal, that the best way to provide health care is let 1,000 flowers bloom and let 1,000 providers compete, you still might want to step in if there was someone calling themselves a doctor and saying, you know what the solution is? Eat raw meat only. So the metaphor here is in the 70s and 80s, Canada had about 250,000 new builds, new completions a year. About 10% of that was nonprofit housing. It probably wasn't enough, but it was a really important component of the social safety net. From the late 1980s onward, the federal government absolved itself of responsibility for this basic policy good, which was housing, and said, let 1,000 private developers bloom. And what's happened since then is that, for instance, between 1991 and, between 2011 and 2016, 15 affordable homes at $750 or less have been lost for every single nonprofit home built. The whole panel has been saying so far, and I would certainly lead with, we need to double nonprofit housing production. But we also need to accept that even if nonprofit housing production was doubled, even if we got to levels of 10% of total construction, 90% of new homes would still be built by the private sector. And we need to be able to steer that in terms of what can people afford, what kinds of sizes of homes are needed, where are they needed? They're needed right now desperately in big cities in order to avoid the environmental sprawl disaster of young families and young people being priced out of cities. And they need to be also looked at from an equity lens, a gender and intersectional equity lens. The most common group of households to be in core housing need, to have unaffordable or unsuitable housing, are single mothers. We need to accept that reality. We need to accept the fact that the average income of a single mother in core housing need is about $23,000 a year. They can afford a maximum of $650. We have to start off with the discussion either about a whole new welfare and minimum wage regime, or how we can deliver much more two-bedroom housing for $650, because it's $3,000 right now in Vancouver. It's $2,800 right now in Toronto.
Okay, great. So I want to focus us in now on quite a practical question about what are the policies and actions that the governments can take right now to help address this crisis. We've heard a lot about the concern with new supply and with steering supply. And so, in that light, I'm very interested. We have these ambitious targets. We say commitments. I hear you, Dill, that these are targets. But if governments are to help push forward to get 3.5 million new homes, in the coming decade, how can we be sure that this supply is not as current market supply, is very responsive to high-income residents, increasingly responsive to wealthy investors. But instead, how can we ensure that this new supply becomes more responsive to the unmet housing needs that communities across Canada are experiencing? The need for housing affordable to a range of incomes, the need for more accessible housing, more family-sized housing, more purpose-built rentals, and certainly purpose-built rentals for students, as I think Mike has rightly.
Can I just start with a quick correction? We keep on saying 3.5 million. We're actually talking about 3.5 additional. We're talking about 5.8 million over the next decade. That's 580,000 a year. As I say, we've just now, in about 2021, hit the levels of the 70s of 250,000 a year, and the population of Canada, sneak alert, has doubled. In 1971, we had 21 million people in Canada. Now we're edging on towards 40 million. So we need a whole new housing approach and system. We're talking about 5.8, we're not talking about 3.5. Read Mike's stuff.
Okay, so
And it's to get us to, I can't remember the year, it's to get us to what level of affordability again?
2004.
2004 level of affordability, which wasn't even that affordable, if people remember that time.
So again, if you're using the median multiple, which is just one measure, in the 1970s, the Canadian government was in full-on panic because the proportion between average household income and average home price had gone up from 2.5 to 3. It's 12 now in Vancouver. It's almost 11 in Toronto. So I don't know what you can, and in the 1970s, home ownership was affordable for moderate income, what we call working people. I don't know what we could possibly do to get home prices back down to a point where they would be affordable for a young person or a young couple on a moderate wage. This is like, you'd need to get home prices to a quarter of what they are now, at least in Vancouver.
Sure. So just we're gonna open up to trying to answer that question that you rightfully said is a very hard one to answer. But so we have these very ambitious housing targets for a massive increase in the amount of housing to be constructed. And my question is, how can we ensure that the housing is more responsive to unmet needs? And I guess with that, we're thinking about planning reforms, but we're also thinking about what role can government play to ensure that non-market housing developers and non-market housing providers, profits, cooperatives, can play a much larger role in the provision of that to help achieve that goal. So I guess we'll just go down the line again and start with Mike.
Well, again, I'm going to challenge the framing of that. That's like me kind of asking myself, okay, well, where am I going to have dinner after I win the Cy Young Award, right? This idea that, well, yeah, we're going to get 1.5, sure, but how can we make sure it's the right 1.5 or 3.5 or whatever? I'm talking Ontario numbers right now. So I don't think our policymakers really and our general public really understand how much of a challenge that's going to be. We have never in this province ever built more than 850,000 homes in any 10 years. We have not built more than 750,000 in any 10-year period since 1973 to 1982. Recently, we had the 40th anniversary of the last episode of MASH. The last time we built 750,000 homes is when they were making new episodes of MASH. So basically, we basically need to do something we haven't done in 40 years and then double it. This is a moonshot. I think we need to sort of understand this challenge. So first of all, I think we need to be very, very aware. But second of all, I don't want to just scare people, provide solutions. Obviously, zoning issues, parking minimums, a lot of regulatory issues are going to be important. Here in Ottawa, we had an affordable development blocked. An affordable development on an LRT line blocked because City Council wanted 9 more parking spots. So, so we have to, first of all, I think the first thing we need to do is do no harm, stop blocking affordable developments. But beyond that, even if we waved a magic wand and got all the regulatory issues correct, we don't have the labor to do it. We don't have enough electricians and plumbers and roofers. We need to train more people. We need to change our immigration programs. My dad, there we go, yeah, you can, I'll allow applause. I'm happy with applause. My dad was a sheet metal worker, did HVAC work in apartments. I'm a university professor. Right now, our immigration system is biased towards bringing in people like me and biased against bringing in people like my dad. We need fewer people like me, we need more people like my dad, and I'm not just saying that because I want to limit the competition. But we need to do other things. We build homes basically the same way my dad did back in the 1960s and 70s. We don't build cars the same way, we don't build television, we don't build anything else the same way. We need more innovation. We need more innovation and productivity in this space. The federal government has a lot of innovation programs. Where are they on housing? Why don't we have a housing supercluster? to try and build innovation in this space. And then finally, I think we need to look at tax reform. Right now, a lot of our tax system is weighted to take those billions and trillions of dollars sloshing around international markets of speculating and buying up existing homes. What if instead of saying, no, the money's bad, what if we could tweak our tax system to incentivize putting shovels in the ground and actually use that money to build more purpose-built rentals and apartments? So we need more labor, more money, more productivity, as well as all of these labor issues, or all of these regulatory issues that we've been discussing on this panel.
Great, go ahead, Dill.
So this is going to sound really, really bad, but Mike stole all of my points. But
that's why I sat here.
No, but to build upon what the other panelists have been saying, what we're missing, what other people have hinted upon, and Carolyn's hinted upon, is we need leadership. We need leadership at the national level, right? And what we mean by that, and we've been going on about this for years and years and now, right? What we've said is that we need a permanent housing roundtable or a permanent housing task force. You can call it whatever you want, to show leadership at the national level, to bring together what we're talking about. How do we put a dent in that housing that we need across this country? And in some ways, it really does sound, the truth of the matter is, it is. And I'll give you a perfect example. The perfect example that I can give is about 4 weeks ago, I was at a roundtable discussion in Windsor, Ontario. If everyone here in Ontario, there is our electric battery power plants going in for electric cars, right? And so what they've recognized is that they need thousands of new units of housing. And at this roundtable basically was the mayor of Windsor, who is the head of Rob Ford's task force on housing, along with builders, developers from affordable housing all the way through, including MPP Gretzky, who was an NDP MP, MP Massey was there as well, right? But the discussion basically was around this table, how do we build the housing that we need for the Windsor area, right? And the mayor basically looked at everyone around the table, from the affordable housing developers all the way through to the market housing, and was like, I do not have the planning staff available in my city to be able to put shovels in the ground and prove all the projects that you all have out there. But the truth is, we need all of those projects approved and moved faster, right? But the other thing that happened at that moment was that all of them started raising the concerns and issues that they had. They would say, Dill, we're trying to access this CMHC housing program to build this amount of affordable housing, and we can't access it for this reason. We're trying to use this program to build this type of, energy efficient housing, and we're not able to access that program to be able to use it. We have all of these federal programs, provincial programs that exist, but no one is talking to each other, where there is no leadership at the national level all the way through down, so that we can be talking about, the truth is, there is best practices going on in this country, some really simplistic. And everyone would, and I sort of joke about this, but one of the things that we deal in this country is that we have winter, right? Winter has the ability to affect our building season, right? But why is it that in parts of Niagara, in parts of, Calgary, we're building homes in factories, right, where you can build year-round, right? And when the spring comes around, you roll these homes that you've built in these factories out on flatbeds, and you put them up, and you put them up really, really fast. Why are we not talking about this? There's innovation going on in pockets all around the country, but there's no leadership at the national level to bring all of this together, right? And that's truly what we need, is leadership.
I'm going to try and make different points so it doesn't sound like an echo chamber of 4 people agreeing on everything. So, yeah, I think the one little obvious thing that I would say is the reality is that for a number of decades now, governments, both, I think, political leaders and, to a certain extent, civil service, has not been honest with the public around housing. The numbers that we're talking about are so gargantuan now that it's actually, like, you get to a point, humans aren't the greatest at understanding numbers past a certain point. Like, most humans don't really get the scale of difference between a billion and a million. It's 33 years if you were to count in seconds versus 11 days. So when we start talking about these numbers, it's hard for people to understand what that really means. And governments for decades now have approached this topic in a way that has not been honest with the public, that has forced us to now talk about numbers that seem large, but they're actually not even large enough. So when we really talk about what's needed, the scale is so high and so hard, given some of the logistical realities. It's hard for us to be able to move forward because we haven't had an honest conversation. And I make this point about like senior urban planners and planning staff within municipalities across the country have not been honest with the public because they have crafted reports and recommendations based off of the sort of political calculus of what they think is possible to be passed at those councils. And politicians have catered to largely the land-owning, property-owning class because they vote, and renters don't. Renters don't organize and vote the way that property owners do, and in most cities, the property owners tend to be older and whiter and richer, and they organize and they vote for their interests, which is, they love it when their property values are going up 20, 30% year over year. So there's just a correction that needs to happen on that side of things. But to move to the question, sorry, that was a long tangent. So what can governments do? First thing I'll say is give land back to the Indigenous nations to build housing on it. So that's one, that's easy. It's easy. But I think in terms of what government can do, so I do think that there's a bit of a red herring in terms of trying to focus on, you know, it comes out in different ways, but the right kind of housing. So the challenge there is, you know, Evan Siddell was a former CEO for CMHC, said this on a panel I was on with him a few years ago, which is that every new unit of housing is good. It's just that some are better than others. So if you build 6 million new single detached houses, great, fine, so be it. It's not my ideal form of housing that we should be building. I think there's better tenures, better forms, et cetera. But at the end of the day, the land use decisions, you know, even if you want to go and triple, quadruple, 10 times investment of federal money into co-op and nonprofit housing, you're still going to hit the problem that municipalities have zoned their land and are picking land use strategies that don't enable those types of housing. In Vancouver, because of land costs, it's so expensive, you need a minimum of 14 stories on a site in order for a nonprofit to be able to build social housing at a different income mix to be able to finance that project without any government grants. You would still need government financing on the construction loans, but no government subsidies, no government grants. You need 14 stories to make the economics of that work. But we don't, in any of our cities, allow nonprofits or co-ops or the community housing sector to build housing by right. They have to go through lengthy processes, public hearings, and they have to face the sort of opposition to those. It's the same for purposeful rental and other types of housing. So the land use question is the big one, whether it's market or non-market. But at the end of the day, the other sort of piece on it is it comes down to governments exist, whether it's municipally, provincially, or federally, to represent constituents and the public to be able to either extract public good from the economy to be able to benefit our society. And they have a lot of control over land use decisions. And they have a lot of ability to extract the value from that power through the rights that they can give for air, essentially, by building up. And to be able to extract that value in different ways and more effective ways to be able to get a lot of more housing built quicker. That's what governments need to start doing, but we also need the public to be able to show up and start shifting the Overton window on this. So it's not just a certain class of property owners and wealthy individuals who are indentured into that sort of class of political interests being able to influence and control the decisions that are made within City Hall or the provinces or the feds. And then ultimately, I think when municipalities at a micro-regional level can't do that, then the provinces need to step in and force them. Yeah.
So again, I'll build on, I'm glad that Kel Sullivan said urban land back, because I think that's where we start, and there's one tiny little project that's Unitarian Church to Ontario Aboriginal Housing Coalition in Ontario, in Ottawa rather, great. That's a start, lots more. Okay, now I'm gonna move on. I was teaching housing policy to 40 students each time at the University of Toronto, thanks to the wonder of Zoom, although I live in Ottawa. Every time I'd ask this class of 40 undergraduate students, do you see yourself living in Toronto in 10 years? Do you know how many saw themselves living in Toronto in 10 years? Duck eggs, 0, okay? So if this is a group of progressive policy thinkers, you really need to think about the next election, and you need to think about these young voters, and they are going to be hearing really simplistic things. We've heard it from Doug Ford, we've heard it from Pierre Poilievre, we've heard it from some candidates in Toronto, for instance. We're gonna make home ownership affordable for you with no evidence. I would really love to see a progressive plan that says this is what we're going to do. It's a crisis that isn't going to be solved overnight because it's at least 30, 40, 50 years in the making. You've been hearing that. But I think it's really important that we start off with nonprofit housing. It's not the whole solution. It's essential lifeboats. We're not going to get housing first without a lot more nonprofit housing. We're not going to at all address homelessness. The NHS has been completely ineffective in addressing homelessness and housing precarity. So we need to start off from a rights-based perspective with those who are most vulnerable. We need to look at what has worked in the past. So I'll give an example, often a favorite progressive example, Sweden. Sweden, 1965, 6 million people. They built 1 million homes in 10 years for 6 million people. If you take that to the Canadian population today, that would be 7 million homes for 40 million people. And it was done on the back of modular. It has created homes that still exist and communities that still exist. It also led to all kinds of spin-offs, like IKEA. IKEA came out of Swedish modular housing. If you're talking about economic transformation and climate change action, look at modular, look at a federal approach towards zoning bylaws, also look at a federal approach towards tenant protection, I would suggest, just as right now we're going, wow, we need national standards for healthcare because this is shambolic. We need national standards for housing because this is shambolic, okay? I'll give a more recent example from Australia, where I lived for 2 decades before returning to Canada. The global financial crisis hits. A progressive prime minister creates 2 programs, one a national rental scheme that only maintained affordability for 10 years, don't much like it, a social housing scheme, and that kind of infrastructure investment, as many billions as it cost, is one of the factors that helped Australia be resilient or protective to inevitable financial downturns. It makes sense, it gets votes, it saves lives. Let's talk about doing it.
Okay, great. So we're going to move on to our last question after this. Before we do so, I want to, there were a lot of great points here. I really want to underline something that Carl Salem said and a few people said. As of right zoning, high density for nonprofits and cooperatives mixed in with a mixed income model where you get half of those as like deeply affordable, if you get some capital grants for that, and then a mix of different levels of affordability. And also harking back to this question of, one of the greatest supply shortages in history was in post-war Europe, and social democratic governments using public housing models to get a handle on that, I think, is one of the great achievements of social democracy. And so certainly that's an exciting precedent to look back on when thinking about how to address the situation we're in. But we've been talking a lot about expanding affordable supply. And I think that for For working class communities across this country who are really facing the brunt of the affordable housing crisis, a more pressing question is, how are we going to protect the existing supply of affordable rental that people are clinging onto like life rafts right now? I guess the question I want to ask is, what lessons can we learn from models that we're seeing, in certain provinces, certain local governments, but also First Nations communities, for how to empower communities and support communities to get a control on the surge in rents and to protect themselves from the surge in evictions we're seeing and of displacement, which frankly is causing a great level of trauma in communities across this country. Why don't we go backwards this time? I want to start with Carolyn Weitzman and I'll just say the Housing Assessment Resource Tool, which is being launched, the UBC project,
March 29th.
I hope we'll hear a bit about it. This is a project that gets a really good handle on the scope of the loss of affordable housing we're seeing, but we've got 10 minutes left, so I guess try to keep 2 to 3 minutes max. Let's do math here. 2 minutes each for that.
Right, so there's a couple of possible approaches. One of them is a national acquisition strategy, which would help build up the asset base of nonprofits and help address the hemorrhage of low-cost housing. Nova Scotia, City of Montreal, City of Toronto has a very small one. BC, most notably, has an acquisitions policy. I just want to make clear that without new supply, an acquisitions policy is going to be rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, but acquisitions policy is one possible intervention. A national approach towards certainly rental protection and possibly rent control would be a second approach. I think it's really important to look at real estate investment trusts, etc. But to me, they're a symptom. They're not the problem. And what we really need to look at, as Pogo said many years ago, let's look at the enemy, and it's us, okay? It's actually a culture that has been built up that home ownership is the only investment that you can do to secure your retirement future. And homeowners, through property taxes, etc., make windfall profits all the time. So you can look at a few bad guys if you want, but I would really look at homeowners like me who are like, yeah, I just bought, my electric car and I just traded in my gas stove for, an induction stove. But also, I'm really uncomfortable about this development because it's getting in the way of neighborhood character, or the height's too high, or that kind of thing. Let's just stop that nonsense right now, and let's accept the fact that homeowners are benefiting from renters. And every time, frankly, we do development charges and inclusionary zoning, and we say we're making the developer pay, we're not. We're actually making the poor private renter pay. And let's accept that.
So there's a couple things. The issue of losing affordable units in Canada is its own crisis, and it's been a sort of an issue that the nonprofit housing sector, I think, especially in BC, has been raising for many years. Fortunately, it was just announced last month that the BC government's going to be creating a $500 million fund with a new entity that will be set up specifically so that nonprofits can purchase existing older stock rental before investment firms are able to purchase them or outbid them for the purpose of retaining those units. So things like that, are obviously, I think, helpful and useful. Changes in provincial or municipal policy around rental protection and relocation, also really helpful. Rate of return, compensation between moves, or different ways that people can be subsidized by the development company between moves. All of that, I think, is great and wonderful and should be done. The best thing, though, that we can do to help renters is to build until we hit 7% vacancy rates in all of our expensive markets. That's what we have to do. Because at the end of the day, if you are a renter And in Vancouver, you know, you have the challenge of 100 people lining up for a 30, or what was it? I'm trying to remember the numbers now. A $3,800 apartment, 2-bedroom, about 500 square feet. It had 100 people lining up to rent it, 1 unit. So as long as landlords are able to control and influence and have that much effective control over renters, and there's so little freedom and choice, that's the situation we're in, that it's always going to be tough for renters. If it's the inverse, there was 100 units and there's 10 people looking, the landlords are going to be in such a precarious position to fill those units. And I can tell you this from the development side, there's a whole calculus that goes on around how many units are going to be vacant, how often they're vacant, and the cost that puts onto the development company. They would rather have those units rented, even if it's not at the ideal dollar price that they had, because it's money coming in as opposed to zero coming in. But as long as vacancy rates are so abysmally low, renters are always going to be on the short end of that stick, and we have to build until vacancy rates get to healthy. I don't think 3 is healthy, I say 7. Maybe I'm trying to bid high, so we end somewhere a little bit in between. But that's the reality of our challenge. And you know, I know I didn't talk about it much in this because I kind of didn't want to, but the Sanok development that we're doing with the Squamish Nation, so 11 acres of land, 6,000 units, 20% at 25%, 20% of the units at a 25% below market discount, on the rest 80% at market rents, and very close to downtown Vancouver. The only reason that we can anticipate a $5 or $6 a square foot rent, which, by the way, when we started looking at that project, we were talking about a $4.25 per square foot. We're now looking at $5.50 to $6 by the time we open vacancy or open for tenancy. The only reason that we as a government who are doing market development can anticipate a dollar value at that amount is because we know that the rest of the city is not going to build enough housing, and that we're going to be bringing most of the housing online at that time. So we know that, and we're anticipating the constrained supply is going to help drive a premium on our apartments. And that's how a lot of the development community will look at these things. And it's also how the investment firms are looking at this and why they're buying up the older stock rental, because they're anticipating that a constrained supply is going to drive a premium in these highly desirable locations. So I think you want to help renters, they've got to build a lot of housing.
Okay, so fully agree with what all the panelists have said. To try to go somewhere different, really challenging thing to say, but I'll put it out there. Other panelists have sort of hinted upon this. The truth of the matter is that we have built housing in this country at a really rapid pace at one time in its history. And the truth is that that was actually the core mandate of the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation when it was actually developed, right? And that happened after World War II, right? They built the entire town of Ajax, right? So what I would say, so fully agree with what my colleagues are saying, but you know, to put up a different point, maybe we need to challenge the core mandate of the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation and what they're doing. And so I just put that out there.
Wow, okay, my comments aren't going to be nearly as controversial as that. We have to recognize in Ontario that a lot of this rental demand is coming from students and increase in enrollment. We're letting the higher education sector off the hook. They need to be building more student residences. That's why London, Ontario, home of Western and Fanshawe, have rents going up 25% year over year. It's because our enrollments are going through the roof, and colleges and universities are not building residences. So we need them to do that, and that's going to require provincial and possibly federal support. So that is a simple, not a simple, but that is a straightforward thing we could do to get more affordable rentals in mid-sized cities, build more student residences.
Great, okay. All right, well, thanks so much to our panelists here, and thanks again to Sahai for all their insights. You know, I know there are many subjects, there are many issues that we didn't get to touch on, you know, tonight, this afternoon, such as, I mean, the desperate need for more supportive housing, the frankly unconscionable state of homelessness that is on our sidewalks of our country today, you know, and the many other, you know, violations that are being experienced to the rights to you know, adequate affordable housing, which we've seen a commitment to, but we have not seen real progress on for, you know, compared to how much worse things have been getting in recent years. But I really want to thank our panelists for helping us think through kind of ways that we can move forward on these issues. And I hope, yeah, I hope you all have a great weekend. It's the end of the event. So cheers.
So that was our final panel for the summit, and je suis très, très fière de ce qu'on a accompli ensemble ces dernières journées. And it's been really incredible. We've learned a lot of things. We've been challenged. And I think we've made a lot of new friends. If there's one thing I've heard throughout the conference is about how we've just met people from different cities, different provinces, different countries who share our same values towards some very similar goals. So thank you so much for staying until the end. And I just want to now make a call and say, all of the broadband staff, come onto the stage. Everybody, Kat, I see you, Kat. Can you poke your head outside the door? Is there anyone outside the door? Clem, come on up. Meg, yes, Jen, Devin. Everybody, everyone, you need to see the amazing broadband staff who put this on, because it was not just me. Heather, come on up. Nick. Who are we missing?
We're missing so many.
Yeah, we're missing some people. Oh, our MCs, come on up. Keila, oh, Joy, come on up, come on up. If you were a speaker who traveled to come to our conference, Joy helped book your travel and accommodations. Everybody, oh, squeeze. Yeah. All right.
Michael O'Shaughnessy, why is he sitting here?
Jen and Jen down the front.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Michael.
Come on, Joy. I'll stop. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. All right. Oh. Thank you. That's all.